Chapter 1356. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. SpeakNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Fang Yuan continued to deal with the matters that had accumulated during his closed cultivation. Lady White Rabbit wants to meet me. What is it? Fang Yuan used information path methods to ask Wu En. Soon, Fang Yuan understood Lady White Rabbit's intention. No, tell her to go back. Fang Yuan rejected her mercilessly. A day later, Wu clan's immortal Jiyu house would arrive. But Fang Yuan would not take Lady White Rabbit away, he needed a pawn here. Even if it was not inside the Super Jiyu formation, it would be good to place it outside. There was a huge risk in this. After all, Lady White Rabbit and Wu Yihai's relationship was very close, everyone knew about it. But a pawn needed to be used properly. Fang Yuan took in Lady White Rabbit back then not because of her beauty or friendship, he wanted to make use of her and squeeze out her value. Even though there is only 1 day left, I cannot waste it, I might be able to find something from the dream realms. But unfortunately, in Wu clan, Fang Yuan only saw absurd dream realms. This made him feel disappointed. In this final period of time, he only encountered absurd dreams, his luck was not very good. If he had a realistic dream realm, he would have improved a lot. I heard that Chao clan has realistic dream realms. It is a pity, those demonic path GU immortals have no methods, they all encountered realistic dream realms. Fang Yuan could not go to Chao clan's territory. After all, it was their territory. If he exposed his dream realm exploration methods, it would be detrimental to Fang Yuan. At this time, Chao clan's territory. There is 1 more day before we leave, your dream realm exploration will end as well. Let's hurry up. Also, our Chao clan is willing to pay a high price to purchase your dream path GU materials. Xiao Bo came to Fairy Miao Yin and the other 2 demonic path GU immortals. There is no need to explore anymore, we can end it now. Fairy Miao Yin smiled at Xiao Bo. Xiao Bo was stunned. He had invited Goddess Miao Yin to explore the immortal serendipity many times, but this was the first time he saw Goddess Miao Yin smile at him like this. For a moment, his heart skipped a beat, and his eyes were filled with infatuation. But immediately after, his body trembled slightly. There was a soft sound. Xiao Bo's pupils contracted to the size of a needle as he slowly lowered his head and looked at his chest. There was a white hand with sharp nails that pierced through Xiao Bo's chest. Not only did it pierce through Xiao Bo's heart, but there was also a cold frost spreading from the wound. You, how dare you? Xiao Bo didn't even finish his last words before he lost his life and turned into an ice sculpture. Xiao Bo was dead. Behind him, Bai Ning Bing was expressionless as she slowly retracted her hand. In midair, sparkling and translucent ice shards rained down. Her hands were snow-white and delicate, and the blood on them was stripped away along with the frost. The time is here, let's begin. The 3rd GU immortal walked over, her appearance gradually changed, revealing her original appearance. If it was not He Lulan, who else could it be? Is Lord Wu Yihai really not willing to see me again? Lady White Rabbit's eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Wu and sighed, shaking his head. Let's go, there is no rush. You will meet again if there is a chance in the future. As long as you manage the immortal opportunity business properly. Maybe, Lord Wu Yihai will reward you in the future. Manage it properly? Hee. Lady White Rabbit's eyes turned completely black, a cold light flashed in her pupils. Seeing this, Wu En became vigilant, retreating. Lady White Rabbit, what's wrong with you? Don't do anything stupid. Lady White Rabbit's voice also changed. Don't talk about White Rabbit. I am not that weak fool who is in love with a heartless man. Remember, I am Black Tigress. What Black Tigress? It is time to teach you a lesson. My Wu clan is in a predicament. But small fries like you, don't even think about, Before Wu En finished his words, his angry expression turned into extreme shock. He found that he could not move, not just that, his body and soul started to melt, turning into a pool of black water. Love go small say netk. What killer move is this? When did I get hit by it? At this time, Black Tigress's gloomy voice entered Wu En's ears. Enjoy it, this was meant for Wu Yihai. It is a pity that I did not get to see him. The moment he said that, Wuan completely melted, turning into a pool of black water. Boom. 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 Wuan had just died under Black Tigress's domineering killer move, when the Super GU formation shook intensely. The Super GU formation was attacked. What is it? The Righteous Path GU Immortals stationed here reacted. Someone is attacking the GU formation, they are inside the GU formation. Soon, Kai Clan's leader, Kai Gui, found the problem. He informed the Righteous Path GU Immortals. The Immortals' hearts sank. The Super GU formation had strong defense, but it was divided into inside and outside. Attacking the Super GU formation from the outside and attacking from the inside were two different things. Undeniably, an attack from the inside was much more destructive. Qiao Clan is in trouble. A Righteous Path GU Immortal who was close to Qiao Clan's base transmitted. Damn it, I said that this immortal opportunity business would have problems sooner or later. Qiao Clan is playing with fire. Look. Ba Quan Feng screamed. Ba Clan had not participated in the immortal opportunity business. Once he said that, many of the participating Righteous Path GU Immortals went silent. Don't worry, even so, our Kai Clan ancestor is prepared. This Super GU formation has a hidden formation within the formation. It has 4 layers. These demonic path GU Immortals alone cannot even break through the surface layer. Kai Gui raised the morale. He also wanted to relieve his embarrassment. After all, Kai Clan was one of the main parties in the immortal opportunity business. That's right, just a few rats. The Righteous Path GU Immortals calmed down. But at this time, boom. With a huge explosion, the entire GU formation shook again, and the intensity was several times greater than before. Large numbers of GU worms died, several immortal GU were destroyed. What's going on? What's going on? Kai Gui was shocked. They actually found the formation core? Oh no, the other party came prepared, they did not attack rashly. They are working together. Earlier, the GU formation also suffered an intense attack. Stop them. Activate, quickly activate the GU formation. Send some people to the location and kill those 3 demonic path scoundrels. Wu Clan and Qiao Clan's GU Immortals are all dead. Are there still people around? The Righteous Path GU Immortals transmitted to each other. They were in chaos. What's going on? In the hall of Wu Clan's base, Fang Yuan was frowning. He was using the GU formation to investigate the situation. He had been deducing a killer move earlier. This happened too suddenly. He was caught unprepared. Information was transmitted from the GU formation to Fang Yuan's mind. Lady White Rabbit's transformation and the scene of her killing Wuan were all seen by Fang Yuan. Lady White Rabbit is actually a traitor. She seems to be a different person. She wants to deal with me. Fang Yuan's frown deepened. He immediately decided to go personally and kill White Rabbit, to take revenge for Wuan. Be it Wu Yihai's identity or Fang Yuan's need to maintain the stability of the Super GU formation, Fang Yuan had to kill Lady White Rabbit. To think that there would be such a huge mistake. Yihai, my GU formation has gone out of control, come and help me. Qiao Sai Liu sent a request for help. She also sent the scene of Bai Ningbing killing Qiao Bo. Receiving this information, Fang Yuan's intention to go was immediately dispelled. Bai Ningbing? Hey Lulan. Why are they here? I understand, this is Shadow Sect's doing. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He stood on the spot, his eyes shining with bright light. After discovering Shadow Sect, even though his killing intent surged, he also dispelled the thought of going out. What a joke. Shadow Sect had rank 8 existences. Fang Yuan had seen this during the Battle of Reverse Flow River. Who knew where that Zishan Makoto was hiding? He might even be hiding nearby, waiting for Wu Yihai to come out and launch a sneak attack. Even though I have the immortal killer move Reverse Flow Protection Seal that can block the attacks of rank 8 existences. But once I use it, my identity will be exposed. Even though Shadow Sect sent Lady White Rabbit to kill me, they did not find out that I am impersonating Wu Yihai. Otherwise, it would not be Lady White Rabbit who came to kill me. What do I do? Fang Yuan fell into rapid thinking. Wisdom path methods were used, All sorts of thoughts surged in his mind like surging tides. Shadow Sect's intention is clear, they are here to save Spectral Soul's main body. Shadow Sect definitely has a backup plan, I should wait and see. This Super GU formation is not a joke, with this GU formation, it can block the attacks of rank 8 GU immortals. It is best if I do not show myself. Fang Yuan quickly decided on a strategy to deal with it. As for Qiao Sai Liu, I don't care if you die. Yi Hai, come quickly. Qiao Sai Liu urged. Fang Yuan had a cold expression as he rejected, take it easy. I have some problems here. Wuan was actually assassinated by Lady White Rabbit. I cannot let this murderer off. What? Then be careful. Qiao Sai Liu was shocked, she did not forget to care about Fang Yuan, not knowing that Fang Yuan had already abandoned her. Qiao Sai Liu faced Fairy Miao Yin, He Lulan, and Bai Ningbing alone. She was a rank 7 GU immortal, Fairy Miao Yin had similar cultivation level, while He Lulan and Bai Ningbing were rank 6. Thus, in Qiao Sai Liu's opinion, the situation had not gone out of control. Her gaze was focused on Fairy Miao Yin. You are finished. At this moment, the Super GU formation has been activated. You are all trapped, surrender and become my slave GU immortals, you still have a chance to live. He. Fairy Miao Yin smiled sweetly, is that so? Chapter 1357. Right at this time, a powerful aura rose outside the Super GU formation. Soon, it was discovered by the Righteous Path GU immortals controlling the GU formation. There is a powerful aura ahead. The aura is rising, so strong. A rank 8 GU immortal? The Righteous Path GU immortals gasped in shock. Is it Zishan Makoto? Fang Yuan, who was holed up in the hall, had a sharp gaze. No, it is not a GU immortal, it is an immemorial desolate beast. Ah, it is? Before he could finish his sentence. Boom. The entire Super GU formation suffered the fiercest blow in history. The entire GU formation was shaking intensely, the hall formed by the GU formation crumbled and broke apart. At once, heaven and earth collapsed, it was as if the apocalypse had arrived. A huge hole was created in the GU formation, but the Righteous Path GU immortals did not suffer heavy casualties. This was the difference between GU formations and killer moves. Even though GU formations were killer moves in formation path, after the GU formation was set up, it paid more attention to the environment and the GU worm's movement. When the GU formation was destroyed, the GU immortals did not suffer much backlash. Of course, the ancient battle formation was not included. Once the ancient battle formation was destroyed, the GU immortals would suffer severe backlash. Especially the GU immortals controlling the formation. Cough, cough. Smoke and dust rose. The hall that Fang Yuan was in was completely destroyed, mortal GU were constantly being restored at the edges, GU worm corpses were raining down. A huge hole was torn in the Super GU formation, the dream realm that was completely covered and concealed was now exposed. Many Righteous Path GU immortals stood at the hole, looking at it in a daze. There, a huge figure was standing between heaven and earth. It was a humanoid immemorial desolate beast, it stood on 2 legs and had 2 monstrous claws, its hair was disheveled and its body was pitch black. GU immortals, so many GU immortals, I want to eat all of you. After eating all of you, I will be closer to a human. This humanoid immemorial desolate beast growled, it was extremely excited. It is. A Righteous Path GU immortal pointed at this immemorial desolate beast, stammering in shock. Zhuyi Hui. Fang Yuan subconsciously gritted his teeth, feeling great pressure. The moment he saw this immemorial desolate beast, Fang Yuan thought he was dreaming. But the GU immortal's cries, the broken walls of the hall, and the collapsing Super GU formation reminded him that this was not a dream. Fang Yuan didn't expect Zhuyi Hui to show up. This legendary primordial desolate beast had brought too much suffering and death to the southern border. None of these southern border Righteous Path GU immortals did not know him. Zhuyi Hui's appearance shook the Righteous Path and their morale fell. This was an existence stronger than ordinary rank 8 GU immortals. Especially when the Super GU formation was destroyed, The righteous path only had rank 7 and 6 GU immortals. What could they use to resist? Flesh and blood. In the 5 regions, only 2 rank 7 GU immortals could resist rank 8 existences, Feng Zhouge and Liu Guanyi. Hold on. Don't panic, our GU formation has 4 layers. Just now, the outermost layer was only destroyed. Move, enter the next layer. At the crucial moment, Kai Gui stood up. He was the leader arranged by Kai Clan. This super GU formation was created by Kai Clan's first supreme elder, Kai Chuyu. Kai Gui naturally knew some secrets that others did not. As expected, there was a change in the GU formation. It shined brightly. The GU formation's disintegration stopped, the outer GU formation was abandoned, and the inner defense reappeared. The third layer of the GU formation appeared in front of Zuoyi Hui. Even though it did not cover the entire dream realm, most of it was still concealed by the GU formation. The righteous path GU immortals quickly retreated into the GU formation. Fang Yuan was no exception. This was the only way now. Wu Yihai's true identity should not be known by Shadow Sect. If not, Shadow Sect, which had a wisdom path rank 8 GU immortal, would not have sent Lady White Rabbit to assassinate Fang Yuan. The enemy was in the open while he was in the dark. This was a clear advantage. At the same time, Fang Yuan had another advantage, immortal GU houses. Wu Clan's immortal GU house was on the way. Most GU formations could not be moved, but immortal GU houses could. Moreover, the power of immortal GU houses could increase according to the amount and quality of immortal essence. They could resist the attacks of rank 8 existences. With an immortal GU house, Fang Yuan's chances of escaping would increase greatly. But earlier, Wu Clan's immortal GU house was delayed due to an unexpected situation. Was this done by Shadow Sect? Fang Yuan thought of this as he felt a dark shadow. TSK, so troublesome. Bai Ningbing looked at the well-defended third layer of the GU formation as she frowned. This is hard to deal with. He Lulan sighed. At this time, Ying Wu Xie's cold laughter entered their ears. No worries, just dodge. Fairy Miao Yin, Bai Ningbing, and He Lulan shuddered. They quickly retreated. Roar. At the next moment, Zuoyi Hui roared, emitting a thunderous sound. The roar echoed in the sky, creating a huge sound wave that spread through the air. The trees and rocks around Zuoyi Hui were all uprooted. It was like a storm was brewing. Next, Zuoyi Hui breathed in deeply. Its stomach and cheeks bulged. His entire body had doubled in size. Then, it suddenly opened its bloody mouth, and a huge beam of light shot out from between its sharp teeth. The pillar of light was dark gray. It was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it crashed into the third layer of the GU formation. Everything was eerily silent. The third layer of the GU formation was hit by the dark gray pillar of light. It quickly turned gray. Earlier, Zuoyi Hui had attacked the super GU formation as well. The first few times, it was just a test, it was a calibration. Previously, it used the same killer move Grey Knight, with He Lulan, Bai Ningbing, and Fairy Miao Yin's cooperation, the fourth layer of the GU formation was destroyed. Most of the righteous path GU immortals did not see these attacks clearly. But this time, they had all witnessed Zuoyi Hui's terror. Heaven and earth seemed to have stopped, endless darkness engulfed them, time seemed to have slowed down. It only lasted for a breath of time. Boom. Another thunderous sound resounded in the world, it almost broke the immortals' eardrums. Heaven and earth shook, the third layer of the GU formation was torn apart and attacked. It seemed like the previous scene was going to happen again. The righteous path GU immortals had pale expressions. They injected immortal essence into the GU formation desperately. After the tremors passed, the third layer of the GU formation was only half destroyed, it was still intact. This super GU formation was created by rank 8 GU immortal Kai Chuyu himself. It was made with a large number of immortal GU and mortal GU from Southern Border's righteous path forces. It was finally displaying its power. It resisted the signature attack of the legendary immemorial desolate beast Zuoyi Hui. The righteous path GU immortals did not suffer any casualties. I am still alive. Someone almost cried from joy. This is Zuoyi Hui's signature method, immortal killer move, Grey Knight. We actually defended against it. Someone cheered. Kai Gui was covered in cold sweat. He said, "This is the Super GU formation created by our first Supreme Elder. How could we not defend against it? If not for the ambush earlier, the fourth layer might still be intact." Immortal Killer Move Grey Knight. It is different from what I encountered in the Dream Realm. Did it change its form? After so many years, Grey Knight has been modified. Did Zhuo Yi Hui modify it? Or did someone else help? Was this person from Shadow Sect? Strange. If they had a pawn like Zhuo Yi Hui, why did Shadow Sect not use it when they refined Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU? Was it because they did not have enough control? Or was it because of that rank 8 GU Immortals edition? Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. Fairy Miao Yin, by Ning Bing, and He Lulan arrived before the Super GU formation again. They saw the damaged third-layer Super GU formation but were not shocked or discouraged. Because they were not the only ones who returned this time, Ying Wuxie, as well as many Demonic Path GU Immortals and Lone Cultivators. Shadow Sect lacked manpower, but they did not lack resources. Normally, Demonic Path GU Immortals and Lone Cultivators lacked resources. They spent their entire lives searching for them. Zishan Makoto did not hesitate to spend a huge amount of resources to recruit a group of Demonic Path GU Immortals and Lone Immortals. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food, wealth moves people's hearts. Of course, these southern border GU Immortals were not fools. They waited for Zhuo Yi Hui to activate Grey Knight before showing up with Ying Wuxie. On the other hand, it also proved that Shadow Sect had a good grasp of timing and people's hearts. In the eyes of these Demonic Path and Lone Immortals, not only did they have the Wisdom Path rank 8 great expert Zishan Makoto, they also had a legendary immemorial desolate beast like Zhuo Yi Hui. The outcome of this battle was already set. They were the victors. Everything is as Zishan Makoto predicted. Attack the GU formation's gaps separately. Whoever kills the enemies and expands the gap will obtain multiple rewards. Ying Wuxie shouted. Shadow Sect's side roared as they attacked the Super GU formation fiercely. The Righteous Path quickly responded. Quick, block those gaps. We cannot let them in. I need time to activate the second layer of the GU formation. Buy time for me. Kai Gui shouted. Zhuo Yi Hui has already used Grey Knight twice. It is already at its limit. It needs to rest for a while. It is time to teach these Demonic Path scoundrels a lesson. Ada shouted. Fang Yuan squinted. He had been observing Zhuo Yi Hui. He saw that after Zhuo Yi Hui used Grey Knight, it fell into a weakened state. It breathed roughly and stayed on the spot, not moving. This made Fang Yuan rest assured. There were many southern border GU Immortals here. Many of them were familiar with history. They had a good understanding of Zhuo Yi Hui. After all, whenever Zhuo Yi Hui appeared and caused chaos in Southern Border's Righteous Path GU Immortals would work together to resist and fight against it. These Southern Border Righteous Path superclans had clear historical records and detailed information about Zhuo Yi Hui. Chapter 1358. Kill. Charge. Block them and stall for time. Don't be afraid. So what if it is Zhuo Yi Hui? The GU formation is still here. We can hold on until reinforcements arrive. Shadow Sect attacked fiercely while Southern Border's Righteous Path defended with all their might. The third layer of the GU formation was already half destroyed. There were holes everywhere. It provided little help to the Righteous Path GU Immortals. A chaotic battle ensued. Rumble. Continuous explosions occurred. Wind, fire, water, and lightning collided like fireworks. There were no four paths. They used Immortal GU and even Immortal Killer moves from the start. The entire battlefield was in a heated state. You cannot hold on. Fairy Miao Yin had a beautiful figure. She smiled as she floated in the air. In front of her was Qiao Sai Liu. Qiao Clan's fairy was silent. The situation had changed too quickly. Earlier, the Righteous Path had the advantage, but now, they were at a disadvantage. Even with the Super GU formation, they could only defend passively. They could not take the initiative. For the Righteous Path GU Immortals, their only way out was to defend and wait for reinforcements. Who are you? You can mobilize the legendary immemorial desolate beast Zhuo Yi Hui. Qiao Sai Liu asked with concentration. Fairy Miao Yin smiled. "We are here to kill you." Her killing intent suddenly surged, and a pair of pink moon-shaped shadows appeared in her eyes. Immortal Killer Move, Curved Moon. This was a sight attack technique. The aura was completely concealed. Once it was used, the enemy would not have time to react. It was hard to defend against. Qiao Sai Liu was hit immediately. But soon, her dress and skin started to shine with layers of jade-green light. In the faint radiance, slender willow branches condensed and formed. They were like dancing ribbons, surrounding her body from head to toe, floating like a fairy. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The green willow branches were not just for defense, they quickly flew towards Fairy Miao Yin with great agility. Fairy Miao Yin was stunned. She quickly retreated. She dodged all the willow branches, but she could not defend against the shadows below them. One of the shadows shot up from the ground, like a venomous snake. It attacked Fairy Miao Yin. This is an additional move. Fairy Miao Yin could not conceal her shock on her beautiful face. Supplementary moves were similar to consecutive moves, split moves, and variation moves. They were also special techniques that GU Immortals used to activate killer moves. It was hard for ordinary people to grasp. What was a supplementary move? Under normal circumstances, it referred to two different immortal killer moves, one main and one supplementary. For example, Qiao Sai Liu's willow twig attack was her main attack. And the shadow under the willow branch was the secondary move, attached to the main move. Once the main move was activated, there was a certain chance that the secondary move would also be activated and explode with power. Fairy Miao Yin did not expect Qiao Sai Liu to have mastered such a difficult technique. She was not careful and was hit in the face by the shadow of the willow branch. A long and thin wound gradually appeared, and a drop of bright red blood was soaked in it. It was extremely obvious on Fairy Miao Yin's beautiful face. Qiao Sai Liu laughed out loud. "Aya, I wasn't careful and made you disfigured, Sister Miao Yin. If we continue to fight, you won't be able to share the same fame as me." Fairy Miao Yin snorted. Qiao Sai Liu took the initiative to attack. Her whole body was covered in green willow branches. These rootless willow branches were the manifestation of killer moves. They were extremely agile. They were like dozens of whips that lashed at Fairy Miao Yin. The frequency of their attacks was very high. It was like a green storm had been created. Fairy Miao Yin was surrounded. Not only did she have to defend against the willow branches, she also had to pay attention to the shadows on the ground. One of the willow branches might suddenly attack Fairy Miao Yin. Crack, crack, crack. Crisp sounds could be heard continuously. Even though Fairy Miao Yin put up her defenses, her clothes were still torn by the willow branches. Fairy Miao Yin retreated while using her hands to block the willow branches' attacks. A moment later, her clothes were in tatters, her snow-white skin was exposed. It was an enchanting sight that could make any man's blood boil. Qiao Sai Liu chased after her. Good times did not last long. Her opponent suddenly shouted as a pair of slender arms appeared behind her back. Fairy Miao Yin had 4 arms now. With 4 arms protecting her, Fairy Miao Yin immediately stabilized herself. It was more than enough to defend against the willow branch's attacks. Qiao Sai Liu could not help but sigh internally. This was an immortal killer move, Wondrous Hand, Fairy Miao Yin's signature killer move. Qiao Sai Liu knew about it clearly. The reason why she attacked first was to catch Fairy Miao Yin off guard, to maintain the pressure and make it hard for her to have a rhythm. But in the end, Qiao Sai Liu's strategy failed. In the end, Goddess Miao Yin was forced to use this move. Even though Fairy Miao Yin was facing strong external pressure, she was not a newbie like Zhao Lianyun. Fairy Miao Yin did not make a mistake. She withstood the pressure and successfully used her killer move. The success of this move immediately changed the situation of the battle. Qiao Sai Liu slowly flew backwards. She stopped her attacks and retreated, using the incomplete GU formation to fight a long battle. She had chased Fairy Miao Yin earlier. She had already left the Super GU formation. It was a wise move to return now. "It is my turn now, Sister Sai Liu, you have to endure it." Fairy Miao Yin smiled, but her gaze was dark. His 4 hands began to weave hand seals. Her slender, white fingers shone with a dazzling light. Clank, 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 thud, 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 thud. As he moved his fingers, every time his fingers collided, a melodious sound could be heard. The crisp sound spread around, creating translucent sound waves that could be seen by the naked eye. The sound waves spread rapidly, with Fairy Miao Yin as the center. They quickly spread to the surroundings. The incomplete third layer of the GU formation was being destroyed by the small sound waves. The speed of its collapse increased by several times. The sound waves quickly appeared and dissipated. Xiao Sai Liu had a solemn expression. She strengthened her defenses. The willow branches coiled around her body. Both sides fell into a deadlock. And in another gap, Shongclan Gu Immortal Shongguori Li crossed his arms, blocking the gap as he looked at He Lulan. He had an arrogant and disdainful expression. A mere rank 6 GU Immortal dares to attack, you are truly courting death. Forget it, I will kill you first before going to reinforce my comrades. Saying so, he vanished on the spot. At the next moment, he appeared behind He Lulan. Next, he stretched out his right hand. His right hand turned into a white bone claw as he clawed at He Lulan's back. Swoosh! A soft sound echoed. The white bone claw tore through He Lulan's defenses, stabbing into her back as blood splattered. He Lulan growled. She turned around and retaliated. Shongguori Li vanished on the spot again. At the next moment, he appeared in the incomplete formation. He Lulan's counterattack did not land. She growled in pain. Her expression was distorted. On her back, there were 5 deep wounds that exposed her bones. Shongguori Li showed a look of disdain and mockery. That's all you have, my next attack will take your life. Why? Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. On the white bone claw, He Lulan's flesh and blood started burning. The fire was very peculiar. It burned brighter and brighter. In the blink of an eye, it covered Shongguori Li's entire right hand. You fell for it so easily. He Lulan laughed. Immortal killer move, flesh blood fire. Dragon Man? A middle-aged GU immortal with a large nose. Chai Huaxiong's upper body was exposed. He had a strong build. His muscles were red like they were on fire. Every time he breathed, sparks flew out of his nostrils. He was muscular and bold. He stood on the spot, blocking the huge hole in the GU formation behind him. You are quite knowledgeable. Bai Ningbing's expression was calm as water. She stretched out her right arm. Frost energy spread out from her jade-like hand as snowflakes fell. Bam! Chai Huaxiong stopped abruptly. There was a loud sound as the ground sank. His entire body shot out like a cannonball, crashing towards Bai Ningbing. Take this! Chai Huaxiong roared in the air. Large amounts of fire burst out of his nose, mouth, and even his paws. In the blink of an eye, the blazing fire filled Bai Ningbing's vision. Bai Ningbing's gaze was cold. She did not dodge. She stared at the approaching Chai Huaxiong without blinking. Her lips curled up. She called out in excitement. Good timing. Before she finished speaking, she actually charged forward. Her figure was much smaller compared to Chai Huaxiong. Now that they collided, she was like a moth flying into a flame. Boom! An intense explosion occurred. The attacks from both sides were in a stalemate in mid-air, directly splitting the small battlefield into 2. Half was fire, half was ice. They were completely different, opposing each other. The fire was burning. It had the power to burn all living beings, while the ice on the other side was freezing. It seemed like it was going to freeze countless living beings to death. The fire could not melt the ice, while the ice could not freeze the fire. The 2 sides were evenly matched. Shortly after, the fire dissipated and the ice condensed, revealing 2 figures wrapped in ice. Bai Ningbing stood on the spot, her dragon eyes shining with excitement and concentration. On the other side, the imposing Chai Clan Gu Immortal staggered back, staring at Bai Ningbing in disbelief. Impossible, you are only a rank 6 GU Immortal. Bai Ningbing grinned, showing her white teeth. I was praising you for being knowledgeable earlier. It seems you are really not worthy of praise. When she said the word you, Bai Ningbing charged forward. By the time she finished speaking, she had already arrived in front of Chai Huaxiong. She jumped into the air, raising her right arm high. She was like a snow goddess descending to the world, bringing with her boundless wind and snow. Her divine might was awe-inspiring and inviolable. Next, Bai Ningbing's right arm was like a giant blade, chopping down on Chai Huaxiong. White Rabbit, you slut, hand over your life. Wu Liao shouted. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with anger and hatred. Although he and Wu An did not get along normally, they were both Wu clan Gu immortals. Now that White Rabbit killed Wu An, Wu Liao charged out with hatred, wanting to take revenge for Wu An. Unfortunately, the changed Lady White Rabbit, no, Black Tigress, her cultivation level had broken through to rank 7, her battle strength had risen greatly. Wu Liao was only a rank 6 Gu immortal, he could not do anything to Lady White Rabbit, he was in danger instead. Back down, Wu Liao, you are not her match. Fang Yuan blocked Wu Liao, who was about to attack again. His gaze was filled with cold killing intent as he stood in front of Lady White Rabbit. Chapter 1359. Hee. Black Tigress laughed strangely, her cute face became twisted and sinister. Her pure and clear eyes were now filled with a sinister light, her eye bags were heavy, as if she had stayed up for half a month. Her eyeshadow was like 2 black butterfly wings, extending from the corners of her eyes to her temples. Even though her appearance did not change much, she was sinister and ruthless, her aura had changed, she was completely different from her previous cute and innocent self. White Rabbit true inheritance. Interesting. Fang Yuan's body shined with light. After the light faded, Fang Yuan had turned into a giant tortoise. Immortal Killer Move, Divination Tortoise Transformation. Goo. Rank 7 Formation Path Gu Immortal Kai Gui coughed out a mouthful of blood. Damn it. He cursed endlessly, his eyes staring at the corpse fragments of the immortal Gu floating in front of him. This immortal Gu had been injured by Zhuyi Hui's attack. Earlier, when Kai Gui wanted to activate the second layer of the Super Gu formation, this immortal Gu finally reached its limit and broke apart. The activation of the Gu formation failed, it would cause a chain reaction and cause damage to the other immortal Gu. Kai Gui quickly used his own body to bear the backlash of the Gu formation's collapse, he managed to preserve this Gu formation. But he was already heavily injured. Is it serious? Ada quickly went to check. Kai Gui swallowed the blood in his mouth, his face was pale like a corpse, very serious. This destroyed immortal Gu is one of the pillars. The second layer has over 300,000 Gu worms, but there are only 4 immortal Gu of such status. We need to find a substitute and activate the second layer of the Gu formation. This Gu formation has many layers, without the second layer, the first Gu formation at the center cannot be established. After pausing for a while, Kai Gui shouted anxiously, "Who has Earth Path Immortal Gu, give them to me. This is a crucial moment of life and death." Beside him, Ba Quan Feng and Ba De looked at each other helplessly. The former was a Wind Path Gu Immortal, while the latter cultivated Wood Path, they did not have any Earth Path Immortal Gu. As Kai Gui healed himself, Ba De and Ba Quan Feng went to ask them one by one. The reason why he asked them one by one was naturally because he wanted to hide the bad news as much as possible. After all, one's mentality would also affect one's combat power. At this moment, the fewer people who knew about the situation, the better. Thankfully, among the 5 regions, Southern Border had the most Earth Path Gu Immortals. Soon, many people expressed their willingness to contribute their Earth Path Immortal Gu. Kai Gui took a look. None of these Earth Path Immortal Gu were good choices, but he could only choose the best among them. He reluctantly chose one that was the closest to the original Earth Path Immortal Gu. Kai Gui's injuries had not yet healed, but he did not care. Next, I need to deduce and think of a way to add this Earth Path Immortal Gu into the Gu formation as soon as possible. My safety is in your hands. This action was undoubtedly very risky. It was equivalent to placing one's life in the hands of others. However, Kai Gui's face was filled with determination, without any hesitation. He knew that he had no way out, and he had to race against time. He had to take a gamble. Bard's expression was grave as he nodded slowly. I promise you that I will protect you with my life. Even if Zhuyi Hui comes, he will have to step over my dead body first. This was the truth, he was not hypocritical. In this situation, even though Bard had great battle strength, he could not resist Zhuyi Hui, he could not change the situation. He was not Feng Joga, nor did he have reverse flow protection seal like Fang Yuan. Bard did not know that an immortal Gu house of Wu clan was on the way. But ever since Shadow Sect attacked, he had used information path methods to inform BA Clan. The other GU Immortals did the same. Defending and waiting for reinforcements was the only way for BA De and the rest to survive. Like this, Kai Gui focused all his attention on the GU formation. Bard, who was publicly acknowledged to be the strongest in terms of combat power, was in charge of the defense. Right now, Wu Clan and Xiao Clan were in trouble, their reputation was at rock bottom. BA Clan's Bard was the most suitable leader. Towards this opportunity, Bard did not give up. As the strongest person to protect Kai Gui, he was at the back, observing the battlefield. All in all, the Righteous Path's defense was still stable. The elite Righteous Path GU Immortals used the incomplete GU formation to retreat in time. And the Demonic Path GU Immortals came with great momentum, but they did not have many true experts. It was not that Southern Border did not have any Demonic Path or Lone Cultivator experts, but they had already lost a lot in the Battle of Yitian Mountain. Even though the Righteous Path also suffered great losses in that battle. Compared to the Demonic Path, the Righteous Path was more stable, they had a lot of resources and could easily nurture GU Immortal experts. One could imagine that unless something special happened, according to this trend, Southern Border's Righteous Path would suppress the Demonic Path and Lone Cultivators in the near future. Bard's gaze paused on Fairy Miao Yin, Hei Lulan, and by Ning Bing's battlefield for a while, he looked at the rest before stopping on Fang Yuan. Wu Yi Hai. He murmured this name in his mind, and sighed deeply. He had once wanted to suppress Wu Yi Hai and teach Wu Clan a lesson. But now, they were in the same boat. Even though Bard had great ambitions and wanted to replace Wu Clan and make BA Clan flourish. But now, he did not mind fighting alongside Wu Yi Hai, he still had this bit of magnanimity. Of course, this was only for the time being, when the danger was over, Bard would definitely settle the score. With this happening, BA De could be said to have grasped Fang Yuan's weakness. Before this, when Wu Clan and Xiao Clan met with mishaps, Bard had been enduring and did not use the immortal opportunity business as leverage. He had kept this leverage until now, and there was finally a happy result. Black Tigress continued to jump around, she was extremely agile as countless Vajra thoughts flashed by. After her personality changed, this former Lady White Rabbit actually used a dark path method. Not only that, her rank 6 cultivation level suddenly rose to rank 7, this was simply unreasonable. But no matter how fast she dodged, she was only slightly faster than Fang Yuan's thoughts. Today was different from the past. If Fang Yuan had just obtained Vajra Thought Immortal GU, he might not be able to do anything to this Black Tigress. But at this moment, Fang Yuan was already familiar with it, thoughts rained down like rain, they cooperated with each other and formed a dense net of firepower. Black Tigress could dodge for a while, but she would still be trapped by Fang Yuan's countless thoughts. Immortal Killer Move, Corner Tiger. Realizing that she was at a disadvantage, Black Tigress's aura burst out as she tapped on the ground lightly. The black liquid quickly spread on the ground. A breath of time later, the black water became the size of a pond. 2 breaths of time later, the black water boiled and bubbled. 3 breaths of time later, a horse-sized gecko jumped out of the black water. This gecko was dark in color, its eyes were shimmering with light, it was not real, it was purely formed from a dark path killer move. The gecko was extremely fast, it moved like the wind as it landed on Black Tigress's feet, carrying her as they escaped. Compared to Black Tigress, Fang Yuan, who had turned into a divination tortoise, was very cumbersome. Ever since he transformed, he had not moved, he was blocking the hole in the GU formation behind him. But even though Fang Yuan's main body did not move, the thoughts that he sent out were like small tortoise-shell Vajra thoughts, they were extremely agile, they surrounded the divination tortoise's huge body, flying up and down, moving left and right. After the battle started, Fang Yuan had been using Vajra back killer move with all his might. The small tortoise-shell thoughts expanded rapidly, Fang Yuan was very cautious, he first used these thoughts to protect this area, before using more and more tortoise-shell thoughts to expand outwards. Black Tigress stood on the black gecko, she could advance and retreat freely, but she was gritting her teeth. On the surface, she had a huge advantage in speed, she had the initiative in the battle. But the truth was, She had to get past Fang Yuan's obstruction and attack the hole in the remnant formation. Fang Yuan, however, firmly blocked her path of attack. Black Tigress moved left and right. She tried to charge at Fang Yuan's main body. She actively manipulated these small tortoise-shell thoughts. She purposely exposed a flaw several times, but Fang Yuan did not fall for it. He defended himself well, chasing Black Tigress away. Fang Yuan was wary of Black Tigress' killer move. Although Fang Yuan did not know the name of that move, he had witnessed the scene of Wu Wen's body turning into a puddle of black water after being hit by the move without a sound. Black Tigress' move was prepared for me. She asked to meet me, but I rejected her, so it was worth using it on Wu Wen. This means that this move's attack range is small, it is very limited. Like Dark Assassination, even though its aura is concealed and it has great destructive power, its weakness is also very obvious. More and more thoughts appeared around Fang Yuan. The small tortoise shell continued to spin. It was a scene that made people's eyelids go numb. Black Tigress had no choice but to retreat. Seeing so many small tortoise shells, her chest heaved up and down in anger. The old tortoise's transformation is really suitable for you, Lord Wu Yihai. She suddenly laughed, revealing cruel killing intent. However, don't think that this is the extent of my abilities. Have a taste of this move. Saying so, Black Tigress opened her cherry mouth, aiming at Fang Yuan and stuck out her tongue. Her tongue was very cute, it was bright red. But her lips were black as ink. Black lips and red tongue formed a sharp contrast. Her tongue flicked out and retracted. It was extremely fast. It was like a playful girl next door, making a cute face. But Fang Yuan felt his back go numb, as if he had received a strong injury. He quickly turned his tortoise neck, turning around to look behind him. He found that there was a small hole on his shell. This small hole was only the size of a wash basin. Compared to the size of the tortoise shell, it was not even worth mentioning. However, it was very deep, and the wound was constantly expanding outwards. The entire hole was emitting black smoke in spirals, and it was making sizzling sounds. Chapter 1360. Fang Yuan's heart shook. What killer move is this? The toughest part of the divination tortoise is its shell, but it could not endure this move's damage. Even though my sovereign immortal body has the characteristic of non-conflicting Dao marks. An immemorial desolate beast's skin and flesh are thick, but it still ended up like this. Black Tigress' battle strength was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Her method was very strange, even the divination tortoise's defense could not withstand it. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan did not dare to hold back. He quickly used rank 7 Immortal GU precaution. This rule path Immortal GU had already been successfully added by Fang Yuan into the killer move Vajra Shell. Immediately, the original Vajra Shell killer move stopped, and a brand new Vajra Shell killer move was activated. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, the divination tortoise's aura changed. The brand new Vajra Shell killer move used a large number of time path Mortal GU. The effect of these GU worms was to get rid of the 10 breaths of time weakness when precaution Immortal GU was used alone. Thus, once Vajra Shell killer move was activated, precaution Immortal GU would take effect immediately. The small tortoise shell thought expanded, becoming even bigger. At the same time, the divination tortoise's main body started to shine with a metallic light. Its color also became darker. Black Tigress' expression changed. She stuck out her tongue and licked again. The two were far apart, but even at such a distance, Fang Yuan was still attacked. Another hole appeared on the tortoise shell, but this time, the hole was only the size of an adult's fist. The wound was shallow, there was no black smoke coming out of it. Moreover, the black smoke from the previous wound had already dissipated. The spread of the wound was much slower. Black Tigress snorted. She was unwilling to give up. She muttered, "In that case, I will attack this place." At the next moment, Fang Yuan felt his body go numb. Next, intense pain assaulted him. There was also a feeling of numbness mixed in. The injury was not light. Fang Yuan quickly went back into the shell. Damn it! Black Tigress saw this. Her eyes were spewing fire. Fang Yuan was very shameless. Not only that, but he also retracted his limbs and tail into his shell. All that was left behind were the thoughts of the turtle shell, which continued to spin and grow in number. increasing the strength and range of the defense. Hei Teng continued to lick the turtle shell, but to no avail. She had fallen into a predicament, and there was nothing she could do about Fang Yuan. Wu Liao was healing himself as he watched the battle. When he saw this scene, he sweated profusely. He could not help but think, just like this, how long will Lord Wu Yihai have to wait to take revenge for Wuan? Bard snorted coldly. He was also a little dissatisfied. The other openings were in dire straits, but on Fang Yuan's side, things were slow and unhurried. Fang Yuan curled up in a comfortable manner. He quickly thought about Black Tigress killer move. Any killer move would usually have a specific target. For example, a fireball killer move, after the fireball is activated, it would condense in the palm and fly out, only then would it have any killing effect. But where to fly, which direction, which target, the killer move would need to contain the ability to point towards the target. Wherever the killer move pointed, the fireball would fly. If the ability to point was ordinary, the fireball would fly in a straight line. Once it was out of his hand, he could no longer control or change its flight direction. If the ability to point was stronger, the fireball could fly in a curved trajectory. After leaving the palm, it could even slightly adjust its flying angle. Even stronger, the fireball could track its target. Hei Teng's killer move definitely has a directional ability. Although it is not as obvious as the fireball, and is formless. But without a directional ability, it is impossible. Because it is not an AoE attack, but a concentrated attack. Then how does it point towards the target? Is it through sight? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan diverted his attention and activated a GU worm. A thick fog appeared around the divination tortoise, enveloping it. What is this Wu Yihai trying to do? Hei Teng suspected that Fang Yuan was going to use another immortal killer move. She stretched out her tongue and licked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was hit again. Not sight. Is it smell? Fang Yuan used another method. The fog suddenly became extremely smelly. Wu Liao, who was closer, smelled the stench and his expression twisted. He quickly activated his GU worm and breathed internally. The stench wafted in the air and quickly spread, attracting the gazes of the other groups. This Wu Yihai is actually trying to break the enemy's killer move. Ba's eyes shined. He saw through Fang Yuan's intention. He snorted coldly, feeling even more dissatisfied. Normally, the possibility of breaking the enemy's killer move on the spot was very low. They needed to experiment continuously. Even if they understood the principle, they might not have the corresponding immortal GU or methods to use it. Trying to break the killer move was usually a one-on-one battle. In this urgent situation, he still has the time to break the killer move. Compete. If he has methods, he should directly kill the enemy. Ba Quan Feng expressed his dissatisfaction. Ba De turned a deaf ear. This was not the time for internal conflict. Hei Ting hesitated for a moment. She stretched out her tongue again and licked Fang Yuan. A hole appeared on Fang Yuan's shell again. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. I get it, it might be her sense of taste. Normally speaking, the sense of taste required close contact with the tongue. But GU Immortals' tongues, under the effect of immortal GU or killer moves, it was not hard for them to taste things remotely. Every time I use it, Hei Teng will need to stick out her tongue. She is with Shadow Sect, and Shadow Sect has a food path true inheritance. Only such an unorthodox path can have such an effect on my divination tortoise transformation, which has deep defense. Let me test it. The divination tortoise's body slowly turned red, especially its shell. It was like the bottom of a burning pot. Hei Teng licked it. She took in a deep breath. Gasp, so hot. The divination tortoise's red color faded. A strange smell appeared in the air. Hei Teng licked it. She almost vomited. She frowned. So salty. The divination tortoise changed again. Hei Teng stopped trying. She could tell what Fang Yuan was trying to do. This guy. He is trying to break my killer move. He is not trying to use an immortal killer move. Damn it. Hei Teng had felt that the divination tortoise's changes were the prelude to Fang Yuan's immortal killer move. Thus, she attacked repeatedly, trying to disrupt Fang Yuan's killer move. If she succeeded, the backlash would definitely injure Fang Yuan. Then she would have hope of getting past this tortoise-shell obstacle. In this situation, he actually has the time to try and break my killer move. Fang Yuan's actions were illogical. After all, the battlefield was a race against time. Who would have the time to do so? But precisely because of this, Hei Ting fell for it. After realizing this, Hei Ting stopped using this killer move. She used other methods to attack from afar. She swung her fists left and right, and the black and green fist force shuttled through the messy little tortoiseshell thoughts. Some of them were destroyed by the little tortoiseshell thoughts, and some of them broke through the little tortoiseshell thoughts along the way and hit the back of the divination tortoise. Even though the damage was negligible, every time the fist force landed, Fang Yuan's body shook uncontrollably. Evidently, this immortal killer move had rule path GU worms mixed in. Hei Ting was interfering with Fang Yuan to prevent him from using an immortal killer move. It was a good method. It really is the sense of taste. Fang Yuan's was still in his shell. Even though he had some results, he was still far from unraveling Hei Ting's killer move. Fang Yuan was not anxious. Hei Ting was no longer using this move. Pure fist force interference had no effect on Fang Yuan. Because of Wu Yihai's identity and methods, he was weak in offense but strong in defense. Hei Ting's defense against Fang Yuan's killer move was unfounded. Fang Yuan had a powerful offensive method, but because of his identity, he could not use it. Once he used it, he would attract huge suspicion. His identity would be exposed. Thus, the rhythm of the battle slowed down again. Fang Yuan did not want to attack, or rather, he could not use any effective methods to attack, while Hei Ting could not break through the cowardly Fang Yuan. After some time, the number of small tortoise shells around Fang Yuan had increased to 100,000. Hei Ting felt that she had no way to attack. The huge number of small tortoise shells was shocking. It was an eye-catching sight in the battlefield. Ba looked at Fang Yuan with a cold gaze. He could not help but transmit, "Wu Yihai, I heard you have 2 other transformations. At this moment, why are you still holding back? Quickly kill your opponent and reinforce the others. Or rather, do you really have some relationship with this white rabbit? You can't do it." Fang Yuan heard Bada's transmission but ignored him, acting like he did not hear it. Bada did not get a response. He gritted his teeth in anger. His gaze towards Fang Yuan became colder and colder. Fang Yuan was thinking about his situation. Shadow Sect definitely wants to save Spectral Soul's main body. They are attacking this place. They controlled Zhuo Yihui, but their control should be limited. There is also a rank 8 GU immortal, Zishan Makoto, who has yet to show up. The Righteous Path has a super GU formation. It can defend for some time. As long as we stall for some time, reinforcements will come from all directions. And I have reverse flow protection seal. I can resist rank 8s. My strength is neither too high nor too low. Zishan Makoto is a wisdom path GU immortal. How can he not have a backup plan? These righteous path GU immortals are not at their wits' end yet. I should conceal my identity and wait for a chance to fish in troubled waters. Who knows, I might really get a big fish this time. The more Fang Yuan thought about it, the more he felt that he had a great chance. He had the strength, but he needed to wait for the right time. Shadow Sect was a huge threat to him. He had always wanted to kill them and exterminate them. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan had chased after them many times without success. It was not that he did not work hard or was not resolute, but the Shadow Sect members were truly dragons and phoenixes among men. They were all elites. But now, there was no doubt that it was an excellent opportunity. Chapter 1361. First, I changed a B. Black Tigress was wrong, it was B. Now, I changed Black Tigress to Black Tigress. Black Tigress was the name I wanted to give Lady White Rabbit's other personality. Tigress was a plant, it meant tiger. Everyone should be familiar with Lu Buyu's Red Rabbit horse. Why did such a powerful mount have to be named Scarlet Rabbit? Actually, there was a saying that it was not called Red Rabbit Horse, but Red Dodder Horse. Rabbit meant rabbit, and Dodder meant tiger. Lu Buyu's mount should have been Red Tigress, which meant Red Tiger. Because of the fake characters or other reasons, it gradually became Red Rabbit Horse. Personally, I am more inclined to this saying. Therefore, The meaning of Hei Teng was black tiger, which formed a sharp contrast with the previous white rabbit. Everyone saw her signature killer move, Dodder Lick. Honestly speaking, this is a food path killer move. Why did she choose this name? Dodder Lick was the opposite of Tiger Bite, but it did not have the aggressiveness of the latter. Instead, it was small and sinister. It suited the character of Black Tigress very well. Next, I will talk about the reason for the sudden increase in chapters today. Why the sudden increase in chapters? To repay the readers who have always supported me. Ever since I became a full-time writer last month, I fell into a predicament. It was mental fatigue and irritation. Because I locked myself at home every day, thinking about plots and whatnot, from morning to night, after a long time, I became depressed and depressed. My condition became worse and worse. I realized that I could not continue like this, I would only destroy myself. Thus, I worked hard to adjust myself, interacting more with society, going out more and gradually adjusting. During this period of time, some people doubted me, denied me, mocked me. Actually, I did not care. After so many years, I was already used to it. But scolding my friends who had always supported me, I could not bear it. In one of my book reviews, I used this analogy. Some of the readers are like my schoolmates from primary school. We have known each other for 4 to 5 years, some for 2 to 3 years. No matter what the book is like, we have always supported each other. No matter how bad my condition is, no matter how bad Jiu Dao Master's writing is, we are always together. It was just like the first elementary school I attended. Although it had been abandoned and torn down, we, as schoolmates, would always take a look when we passed by. It was a purely subconscious action. Perhaps he would even lie down in front of the iron gate of the elementary school and look at the desolation inside. Yes, I am talking about feelings. Some people might be disgusted by this phrase. Did it have to be so vulgar? What I want to say is that you don't understand our feelings. They don't understand that we have faced all kinds of censure, ridicule, and struggle. Of course, I welcome new friends to join us. I am very willing to make our harmonious and united group even stronger. Today's update is dedicated to you, my friends. I know. You guys have always been here. Chapter 1362. Fang Yuan had thought that there was no hope of pursuing him, but to think that Shadow Sect would actually give this precious opportunity to Fang Yuan, because of sovereign immortal fetus Jiu, Shadow Sect would definitely not let Fang Yuan off. If I do not get rid of Shadow Sect and give them a chance to grow, Fang Yuan might end up like Ma Hongyun. If I get rid of Shadow Sect, who would know Fang Yuan's identity? Getting rid of this problem while it was still growing was Fang Yuan's best choice, and he could also get rid of the weakness of Connect Luck. Next, he could slowly grow and secretly use dream realms to cultivate. With the sovereign immortal aperture, Fang Yuan had the best foundation in the world. After 500 years, Fang Yuan's strength would definitely be incomparable to before, be it cultivation level, battle strength, or wealth, they would all be unimaginable. Fang Yuan did not know that the world was changing, the great era was right in front of him. In the 5 regions chaotic war, he could take advantage of the situation, or even forcefully attack. The Celestial Court might not be able to do anything to Fang Yuan. If the situation went well, after he cultivated to rank 9, he would be one step closer to eternal life. This was Fang Yuan's cultivation plan. It was very practical. Right now, the best opportunity to get rid of Shadow Sect was right in front of Fang Yuan. How could Fang Yuan let it go? Most importantly, Shadow Sect did not know that Fang Yuan was here. Fang Yuan was in the dark. Who knew that Wu Yihai was him? No one in the righteous path knew, even his brother Wu Yong in name was kept in the dark. Needless to say, getting rid of Wu Yihai and impersonating him to join Wu clan was a brilliant move. Even though there was a risk, without this step, how could Fang Yuan get such an opportunity? Fang Yuan had to grasp it. Maybe this time, I can even capture Spectral Soul's main body. With Spectral Soul's main body, after soul-searching and interrogating, I can obtain all of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's cultivation memories and experiences. His various soul path experiences, his experiences and horizons, his various experiences in the door of life and death. Countless GU recipes, Killer moves, secrets. Disregarding everything else, the thing that moved Fang Yuan the most was lead soul into dream. With this killer move, together with his own unravel dream method and guts GU, in terms of dream realm exploration, Fang Yuan would firmly occupy the #1 position in the world. He would have a huge first mover advantage. All the GU immortals and forces in the world would be left behind. Even the celestial court would have to eat dust behind Fang Yuan. Ding ding ding. The sound waves were like dense ripples, floating around Qiao Sai Liu. Fairy Miao Yin's arms had increased to 6. Her fingers moved, creating a beautiful light shadow. Compared to before, her attacks had doubled. Qiao Sai Liu's defense was also stable. Her pupils had turned jade-like, her long black hair had turned into thin willow branches that hung down to her waist. The two famous fairies of southern border were still in a deadlock. Damn it, I can't block it anymore. Escape. A demonic path GU Immortal's eyes flashed with a trace of shock. He turned around and retreated. Boom. A powerful aura descended from behind him. Cowardly mouse, die. A righteous path GU Immortal shouted, stretching out his hand and grabbing the demonic path GU Immortal's head. Next, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Dark blue lightning enveloped this battlefield. The lightning lasted for a while before fading. The righteous path GU Immortal's opponent had already turned into a charred skeleton. His human form could barely be seen. TMPH, overconfident mouse, you actually dare to act arrogantly in front of me, ye hating. The righteous path GU Immortal let go of his hand. The demonic path GU Immortal's corpse fell to the ground, turning into a pile of black fragments. Everyone, is this all you can do? A tall and slender righteous path GU Immortal with a high nose bridge and wearing battle armor said with a cold and disappointed expression. Don't talk big. Tai Clan's Tai Xinjian, haven't you been suppressed by us all along? You still have the cheek to, The 3 GU Immortals attacking Tai Junjian were about to ridicule him, when their expressions suddenly changed. A soaring aura, fierce and sharp to the extreme, burst out of Tai Xinjian's body. The 3 GU Immortals retreated quickly, fully on guard. Wind blew around them, causing their clothes to flutter, but Tai Xinjian was very calm. He even slowly closed his eyes and said, "It's no use, I have already seen your moves, your weaknesses are completely exposed to me without any concealment. Fuck you." A GU Immortal cursed, but before he finished, his body shook fiercely. Puff puff puff. With 3 soft sounds, 3 sword chi flashed. It was so fast that people thought they were hallucinating. Heads flew. The 3 GU Immortals who were attacking Tai Xinjian earlier were all killed, their life force extinguished. Ha ha ha. Hei Lulan laughed wildly. The injuries on her body were terrifying. Shongguari Li had rank 7 cultivation level, but right now, he looked at Hei Lulan with a shocked expression. He no longer had the carefree and disdainful expression from before. As expected of a Northern Plains GU Immortal, they are truly addicted to battle. Even though Shongguari Li was unwilling, the injuries on his body were already close to his bottom line. Retreat. This thought had just appeared in his mind. Hei Lulan seemed to sense it. She showed a mocking smile. Where do you think you can escape to? What do you mean? Shongguari Li felt something amiss. An intense sense of danger shrouded his mind. Whoosh. Flames burst out of his mouth, spreading out from his eyes, ears, nose, and other orifices. They burned fiercely. In an instant, Shongguari Li turned into a human torch. His screams resounded in the battlefield. It was extremely mournful. Hei Lulan's gaze was cold. So what if you are rank 7? I need more reinforcements. Chai Hua Xiong retreated as he shouted. Compared to his earlier dominance, he had lost all his fighting spirit. His eyes were filled with fear. In front of him, Dragon Lady by Ning Bing was slowly moving closer. She was extremely beautiful, but from Chai Hua Xiong's point of view, she was extremely dangerous. He wanted to leave the battlefield immediately. But now, in this situation, if he left the battlefield alone, wouldn't he be feeding himself to Zhuo Yihui? Chai Hua Xiong could only fight. Bai Ning Bing's battle strength was even higher than Hei Lulan. Because she had Bai Xiong's true inheritance, all of her ice and snow path immortal GU were compatible with her northern dark ice soul physique. And even though He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique, she used Fire Path Immortal Gu. Her great-aunt's Fire Path methods did not have many Dao marks. Chai Huaxiong had already asked for reinforcements, but they were all killed by Ning Bing. Of course, Ning Bing paid a price. Ba De was in charge of the situation. When he heard Chai Huaxiong's shout, he was already paying attention to this battlefield. Tai Xinjian, please go and reinforce Chai Huaxiong. Ba De thought about it before transmitting. Okay. Tai Xinjian immediately flew into the sky, moving towards Ning Bing. His aura was shocking. Ning Bing immediately paid attention to him. Her dragon pupils shrunk to pin size. An immortal killer move was prepared. A strong reinforcement has arrived. Seeing Tai Xinjian, Chai Huaxiong was overjoyed. But right at this moment, Ning Bing found a flaw in his relaxed state of mind. She unleashed her immortal killer move. I want you to die. Tai Xinjian, who arrived late, was furious. He could only watch as Chai Huaxiong was frozen into a stick, before shattering into countless ice shards. Ning Bing smiled, her expression was still calm. She looked at Tai Xinjian and said calmly, "This move of mine is called Ice Collapse Kill. Do you want to give it a try?" Chai Huaxiong sacrificed himself. This dragon lady might only have rank 6 cultivation level, but her battle strength is definitely top tier among rank 7s. Ba De's heart sank. He quickly looked at the battlefield. The defensive line was still there. The righteous path had the advantage, even though they were relying on the incomplete third-layer Gu formation. Even though there were sacrifices, Shadow Sect's side suffered even more Gu immortals. Their morale was also greatly reduced. They were showing signs of wavering. The enemy only has 4 true experts. They are Lady White Rabbit, Demonis Miao Yin, Dragon Lady, and that Fire Path rank 6, He Lulan. As long as I get rid of any one of them, their morale will be greatly affected. Thinking of this, Ba De focused his gaze on Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan's divination tortoise form was still on the spot. His limbs, head, and tail were still inside his shell. In contrast, little tortoise shell's thoughts had already expanded to 300,000, dominating an area of the battlefield, while Black Tigress had already been chased far away. Ba De snorted in anger, transmitting to Fang Yuan, Wu Yi Hai. Stop defending. As a Wu clan Gu immortal, do you not have any bravery at all? Are you so afraid of death? Let me tell you, your role in the battlefield is very important. You have the highest chance of becoming the breakthrough point of this chaotic battle. As long as you kill Black Tigress and reinforce the other areas, there will be a qualitative change. The battle strength of both sides will chain. Fang Yuan, the divination tortoise, was silent like a mountain. It had no reaction. Damn it, this guy is still like this. He is simply unreasonable. Ba De gritted his teeth, feeling very depressed. All right. At this time, Kai Gui, who was beside him, suddenly opened his eyes, standing up with a joyful expression. Did you succeed? Ba Quan Fong asked excitedly. Yes. I have already deduced it. Next is to assemble the Gu formation and activate the second layer. This super Gu formation has higher defense the deeper it is. Blocking Grey Knight is not a problem. Kai Gui nodded. Good. Ba De heard this and let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Zhuo Yihui, who was far away. This legendary immemorial desolate beast was still dispirited. It had not moved at all. It was still breathing roughly. In Ba De's heart, he was most worried about this legendary immemorial desolate beast. Most of the pressure he felt came from it. The situation is developing in the righteous path's favor. Ba De felt joy and relief. Fang Yuan, however, was far from being as optimistic. Zishan Makoto has not appeared yet. What is he doing? Fang Yuan was getting more and more worried. Chapter 1363. Just as Yi Tian Mountain was surrounding the Super Gu formation, the righteous and demonic sides were fighting. Another battle had ended. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was unharmed. It was shining brightly as it floated in the air. The purple blood river formation that covered heaven and earth was about to collapse. The blood river was no longer there. Only lumps of red blood were floating randomly in the purple-black space. In front of clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, 7 Illusions Demon Immortal was trapped in a wind ball. He could not escape, he could only wait to be captured. The battle was decided. Let me see your true appearance. Wu Yong was unharmed, a green light flashed past his eyes. Instantly, the colorful light around 7 Illusions Demon Immortal dissipated like clouds in the wind. His true appearance was exposed. The 3 Righteous Path GU Immortals were stunned. Xiaoji Cai's eyes widened as he cried out, Yarogeng? This 7 Illusions Demon Immortal was none other than a member of the Superforce Yarrow clan, GU Immortal Yarogeng. He had been sparring with Wu Yiran for stunning Immortal's inheritance. During the 5th time, he died together with Wu Yiran. His life tablet GU in Yarrow clan shattered, everyone thought he was dead. But to think that he was 7 Illusions Demon Immortal. Good, very good. So Yarrow clan is a place of evil. Tai Mianshan said coldly. Yarrow Gang smiled bitterly. This is my own action, it has nothing to do with Yarrow clan. Wu Yong saw that he wanted to protect his clan even in death. He was not as demonic as he had imagined. He asked, what are you thinking? You dare to plot against us? Yarrow Gang's smile became even more bitter. I said, I am just a minor character. Or more accurately, I am just a chess piece, manipulated by someone. I was forced to do this, it has nothing to do with the clan. Wu Yong's expression was grim. Then tell me, is the one manipulating you that rank 8 GU Immortal? Tell me everything you know about him. Yarrow Gang laughed loudly, tears flowing down his face. If I say that I do not know that person, I have not even interacted with him for as long as you. Do you believe it? Tai Mianshan interrupted. Is it because of the 7 Illusions true inheritance? Yarrow Gang nodded with a bitter expression. Tai Mianshan sighed. To receive the 7 Illusions true inheritance, one must first receive an Information Path Alliance agreement. My clan has analyzed this and concluded that this is a trap. However, what was puzzling was that many of the successors of the 7 Illusions true inheritance had never fulfilled that Information Path Alliance agreement. Looks like you're the first victim. At this point, Wu Yong and Xiao Zhizai immediately understood. Both of them looked at Yarrow Gang with pity in their eyes. Now that things have come to this, what else is there to say? If you want to kill me or torture me, it's up to you. Yarrow Gangshu was paralyzed and had completely lost his will to fight. Where is that rank 8 GU Immortal? Wu Yong asked again. He had a bad feeling. Yarrow Gang told them everything he knew. Like you, I also thought that he had been hiding somewhere in the formation. In the end, when you discovered the most crucial formation and even captured me, I realized that he was no longer here. When Wu Yong heard this, the bad feeling in his heart intensified. He shouted as he imprisoned Yarrow Gang in bamboo building, activating this immortal GU house to unleash a terrifying offensive power. Rumble. The Purple Blood River formation was broken by Wu Yong. The blue sky and white clouds were revealed. The 3 GU Immortals saw the light of day again. At that moment, before joy could appear on their faces, their bodies shook. Oh no, so much time has passed. This Purple Blood River formation not only contains the profundities of Wisdom Path, Blood Path, Phantom Path, and Information Path, it also contains Time Path methods. Inside this GU formation, the 3 GU Immortals' perception of time was secretly affected. They felt that it was a hallucination. Even Wu Yong fell for it. He had always thought that he had not been inside the Purple Blood River formation for long. But after breaking the GU formation, he realized to his shock that so many days had passed. Oh no. It seems that rank 8 GU Immortal did not want to fight us to the death, he simply wanted to trap us. What is his true motive? Wu Yong's heart sank. He quickly contacted his clan. The Purple Blood River formation isolated them from the outside. Wu Yong and the rest could not even communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies, not to mention their clans. At this moment, the 3 immortals contacted their clans, and soon, their expressions changed. A large amount of information surged into their minds. The 3 immortals were dumbfounded, to think that so many things had happened in these last few days. Wu clan, Yang clan, Qiao clan, Kai clan, Chai clan, Xia clan, Ba clan, and other GU immortals were all in chaos. Zishan Makoto's plan was to trap Wu Yong and the rest, to create the illusion that Wu Yong was dead and cause a huge political disturbance in southern border. He succeeded. Yang clan, Qiao clan, Wu clan, and other clans created a huge commotion for their own benefits. Just as they were fighting against each other, a large group of people appeared at the Super GU formation, attacking fiercely. After receiving countless requests for help, all the clans were at a loss. How can this be? What gall did those demonic Path GU immortals eat? They actually dare to attack the Super GU formation. Not just that, even Northern Plains GU immortals appeared. Even a legendary immemorial desolate beast like Zhuyi Hui is being controlled. These righteous path clans felt that this was unimaginable. However, there was no lack of intelligent people among them. After accepting this fact, they quickly realized that everything that had happened recently should be looked at together, and that it was an earth-shattering conspiracy. The mastermind's true target was the giant dream realm. Let's go, we will reinforce the Super GU formation. Wu Yong made a decision immediately. They actually caused such a commotion in southern border. I want to see the mastermind. Tai Mian Shun expressed his willingness to follow. Wu Yong had an anxious expression. My brother is still there, I hope nothing happened to him. At this crucial moment, Wu Yong did not forget to raise his reputation. Qiaoji Cai quickly cooperated. Lord Wu Yong cares about his brother. You are truly kind and considerate. You are the role model of our righteous path. Rank 8 Immortal GU House Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building tore through the sky, flying towards the ruins of Yitian Mountain. Kai Clan's first Supreme Elder had the same action as Wu Yong. After receiving Kai Gui's request for help, he immediately stopped competing with Yang Clan's GU Immortals and directly rode Kai Clan's Immortal GU House towards the Super GU formation. Yang Clan did the same. Hu Clan, Yarrow Clan, Shong Clan, and other clans all sent GU Immortal experts or Immortal GU houses. These people did not know the reason why Shadow Sect attacked the Super GU formation. Because from start to finish, they did not know what happened in the Battle of Yitian Mountain. They only knew that Celestial Court leaked some information, they knew that Celestial Court had a hand in it, they knew that Zombie Alliance's destruction was related to the Battle of Yitian Mountain. They did not know the cause of the giant dream realm, they did not know that Spectral Soul's main body was inside. Celestial Court concealed this because they were worried that some southern border superforces would help Spectral Soul. Even though they did not know the reason, this did not stop the superforces from placing great importance on the Super GU formation. Not only because of the giant dream realm, but also because of Zhuyi Hui. This legendary immemorial desolate beast brought Southern Border's GU immortal world a painful memory every time it appeared. It would suffer huge losses. Thus, all of Southern Border's superforces sent people and even immortal GU houses to deal with Zhuyi Hui. Currently, even though we are caught off guard, with Kai Clan's GU formation and Kai Clan's GU immortals, it should not be a problem to stall for some time. While flying, Qiaoji Cai said. Tai Mian Shun was silent. Wu Yong shook his head. To speak the truth, I am very worried. The other party's arrangements are deep, their pawns are very ingenious. If Yarrow Gang did not expose himself, who would guess that he is a 7 Illusions demon immortal? The other party can actually infiltrate the rank 7 level of a righteous path clan. I am worried. Saying this, Wu Yong became silent. Tai Mian Shun understood. He asked, you are worried that there are spies in the Super GU formation? Boom. The sneak attack was so sudden, it caught everyone off guard. Ba Quan Fong, what are you doing? Ba De shouted, attacking furiously. Ba Quan Fong was sent flying by Ba De's palm. He was on the verge of death. Ba De quickly used his other hand to restrain him, before rushing to Kai Gui's side. Kai Gui was heavily injured, his face was purple gold in color, blood was flowing out of his orifices. Just earlier, his deduction succeeded. At the crucial moment of activating the second layer of the GU formation, Ba Quan Fong, who was behind him, suddenly attacked him. Kai Gui trusted the two Ba clan GU immortals very much. Because when he was deducing the GU formation earlier, these two were guarding it wholeheartedly. Who would have thought that Ba Quan Fong would suddenly make a move at such a crucial moment? Ba Quan Fong was only a rank 6 Wind Path GU immortal, While Kai Gui was a rank 7 formation path GU immortal, normally, Kai Gui would be stronger. But back then, Kai Gui was controlling the GU formation wholeheartedly, he could not defend it properly. Ba Quan Feng's attack succeeded. Not only was Kai Gui injured by Ba Quan Feng, the activation of the GU formation also failed, he suffered an intense backlash. At once, he was on the verge of death, he could no longer fight. Ba Quan Feng! Ba screamed, his eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Ba Quan Feng. If he did not see it personally, he would not believe that Ba Quan Feng was a spy. Surrender, Lord Ba, surrender, you do not know who your enemy is. Ba Quan Feng's situation was not optimistic, his aura was weak, his face was ashen, he was close to death. Bard, on the other hand, made his move and hung on to his last breath. You won't die so easily. Trust me, you will be punished by the clan. Sometimes, living is scarier than death. You will wish you were dead. Ba gritted his teeth, saying this, he hated this spy to the core. Ba Quan Feng was very sinister. It had to be said that the timing he had chosen was perfect. Just as he was about to succeed, he suddenly attacked and destroyed the righteous path's hope. Not only did he harm Kai Gui, the newly added Earth Path Immortal GU was also destroyed. Chapter 1364. Damn it. This old tortoise is so good at hiding. Black Tigress gritted her teeth. The small tortoise shell had hundreds of thousands of thoughts, it was a shocking scale, they surrounded the divination tortoise in layers. Black Tigress could not get close, instead, as the small tortoise shell's thoughts increased, she was pushed further away from Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's defense was firm but he did not relax at all. Because Zishan Makoto did not show up. Fang Yuan used investigative methods to observe the situation. Qiao Sai Liu and Fairy Miao Yin were two of the three great fairies of southern border. Right now, they were evenly matched, they were still in a stalemate. He Lulan and Bai Ningbing's battle strength shocked Fang Yuan greatly. Last time, when Fang Yuan chased after them, they were not familiar with using immortal killer moves, but now, they were extremely familiar with them, they could use them like they were their own limbs. Fang Yuan could not help but sigh, Shadow Sect's foundation was truly deep. Even though they were damaged to this extent, under Shadow Sect's nurturing, Bai Ningbing and He Lulan's battle strength rose rapidly and clearly. If not for Fang Yuan's huge gains in Reverse Flow River and his dream realms to raise his attainment levels, he would not be Black and White's match. But even though He Lulan and Bai Ningbing were strong, the Righteous Path had many experts too. Tai Xinjian and Yi Hei Ting were top-tier rank 7s, even though they could not compare to Wu Yubo, they could deal with He Lulan and Bai Ningbing. The two pairs of GU immortals fought intensely, thunder rumbled, lightning flashed, ice and snow collided, lights shined brightly. But Zhuo Yihui is about to recover. Fang Yuan observed the situation, he did not forget the strongest existence in the battlefield. Wu Yihai, come back quickly. At this time, Ba transmitted to Fang Yuan. What is it? Fang Yuan sensed something amiss from Bada's tone. He said hesitantly, I'm guarding the gap here. Come quickly, we need you here. Kai Gui's weak voice could be heard. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He hurriedly entered the gap and went to the back. Seeing Ba Quan Feng and Kai Gui on their last breaths, Fang Yuan's pupils constricted. A letter GU flew over and Fang Yuan grabbed it, instantly understanding the entire situation. Ba Quan Feng is a mole in the Shadow Sect. The Shadow Sect's infiltration is everywhere. Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat as his eyelids trembled. The situation was dire. The Earth Path Immortal GU was also destroyed. Just now, the Righteous Path had fallen into despair, and Bada had almost lost his confidence. Suddenly, he heard Kai Gui say, we still have one last hope. Although I am powerless to fight, there is still Wu Yihai. Wu Yihai's formation path attainment is something that even my race's Kai Shong praises. His formation path attainment is similar to mine, he is a formation path quasi-master. Let him come in, we can still take a gamble at the final moment. Bada already knew that Fang Yuan and Kai Shong had a close relationship, But this was the first time he heard Kai Clan's GU Immortal confirm that Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level was actually so high. Normally, Ba De would be wary and jealous, but now, he felt extremely fortunate, he transmitted to Fang Yuan. Precisely so, Fang Yuan was summoned back. His absence was naturally filled by other righteous path GU Immortals. This information is limited to the few of us. Wu Yi Hai, are you confident? Ba De had a nervous expression. At this crucial moment, he did not dare to spread this information. Once the people's morale crumbled, the righteous path would suffer a huge loss. Confidence, my ass. Fang Yuan cursed fiercely. He stared at Ba Quan Feng with anger in his eyes. Zhuo Yi Hui had a limited time to rest. Earlier, Kai Gui had already spent most of his time deducing the GU formation. Now, Fang Yuan did not even have 30% of his time. To use a brand new immortal GU in such a short period of time, to deduce a suitable plan, to add the immortal GU and countless supplementary mortal GU into the GU formation and set up the second layer of the GU formation, the difficulty was very high, very high. Kai Gui knew this difficulty, that was why he said to give it a try. There was only a trace of hope. Even if we have no confidence, we can only rely on you. You should use your full strength now. If the GU formation fails, Grey Knight will kill us all. Don't think you can escape. Zhuo Yi Hui's cruelty is recorded in history. Our only hope is to use the super GU formation to defend and wait for reinforcements. Ba De urged. Fang Yuan held his breath, thinking rapidly in his mind. Ba De and Kai Gui did not know Fang Yuan's true identity. In fact, Fang Yuan's situation was much better than theirs. I have reverse flow protection seal. As long as I use it, I will be able to leave safely. Even if Zhuo Yi Hui pursues me, I can use the 5 regional walls to shake him off. But that way, my true identity will be exposed. Not only will I not be able to take advantage of this situation, I will also be hunted down by Southern Border's GU Immortal World. Forget about others, Wu Yong will definitely become my mortal enemy. Let me try first. There is still some time, I have not made the final decision yet. Fang Yuan thought of this as he quickly walked towards Kai Gui. Tell me the secret of the second layer. Kai Gui's vision turned dark, his face was deathly pale. His injuries were too severe, he was barely conscious using GU worms. Firstly, we lack an Earth Path Immortal GU. This information Path Mortal GU contains all of the contents of the Super GU formation. As soon as he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and fainted. Damn it. Fang Yuan's heart sank. Kai Gui fainted, it was a huge problem. Ba De quickly used his methods but there was no effect. Fang Yuan almost wanted to use reverse flow protection seal and run away. In his opinion, without Kai Gui's guidance, he needed to gather an Earth Path Immortal GU and time to deduce the plan. There was no hope. However, he still took some time to inspect the information path GU worm's contents. At the next moment, Fang Yuan's eyes opened wide, he felt extremely glad for his actions. 4 elements GU formation? Out of his expectations, this second layer's GU formation's construction concept was impressively based on the 4 elements thought from back then. Earth, water, wind, fire, earth path, water path, wind path, and Fire Path Immortal GU were the foundation of the GU formation. 1 Earth Path Immortal GU was gone, 3 Water Path, Wind Path, and Fire Path Immortal GU were left. Earlier, Kai Gui's goal was to make up for the lack of Earth Path Immortal GU. How can there be such a coincidence? I am not familiar with other formation path contents, but I have done some research on the 4 elements thought path. Back then, that formation path dream realm that Tu Shecheng used to train his son had made Fang Yuan suffer a lot. The 4 elements thought path was a biased formation path concept. I lack Earth Path Immortal GU, I can use other Immortal GU to replace them, they do not have to be of Earth Path. Use Dark Path. Dark, water, wind, fire, they are all 4 elements, I can definitely construct the second layer of the GU formation. Fang Yuan had a strong feeling. He trusted this feeling. Because right now, he was a formation path grandmaster. My idea can definitely be realized. Furthermore, if we add in Dark Path Immortal GU, It will be very effective in defending against Grey Knight. Fang Yuan suddenly realized, he had some understanding of Zhuo Yihui's signature killer move. Why? Because he had entered another realistic dream realm. This dream realm was too difficult. Fang Yuan had died countless times in it. He had to use a large number of unraveled dream killer moves to barely survive. In the dream, Fang Yuan had experienced Grey Knight. At that time, Zhuo Yihui's signature killer move had a different form. It was an area of effect attack that covered the entire valley. And the grey light pillar that it was emitting now was an improved version. No matter how many times it was modified, Grey Knight was still Grey Knight. Because Fang Yuan had experienced the original Grey Knight, he was confident that he could construct a super GU formation that could defend against Grey Knight. But, this way, I will need to contribute Dark Limit Immortal GU. Because this is the only Dark Path Immortal GU I have. Dark Limit Immortal GU is very useful in concealing my identity. Should I retreat and leave, or should I stay here and take the risk, waiting for a chance to catch a big fish? Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment before making his decision. I need to complete the GU formation, but I do not trust anyone. Bring Kai Gui and Ba Quan Feng away from me. You have to stop anyone who comes in. Fang Yuan turned around and ordered Ba De. Ba De knew the severity of the situation. Without saying anything, he grabbed the two GU immortals on the ground and retreated a few hundred steps. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, turning into a divination tortoise again. Ancient Wisdom Path Desolate Beast, Transformation Path Dao Marks turned into Wisdom Path. With a series of Wisdom Path methods, Fang Yuan started to deduce a plan. Progress was rapid. Because not only did he know the details of the GU formation, he also knew about the 4 elements GU formation. He also knew about the Dark Limit Immortal GU that he had used for a long time. Even Grey Knight, he had some understanding of it. Roar. Zhuo Yihui suddenly raised its head, letting out a loud roar. Shadow Sect's members had joyful expressions. They quickly abandoned their opponents and retreated. Oh no, Grey Knight is going to attack us again. Quick, retreat into the GU formation. The Righteous Path GU Immortals did not know the details. They thought that they had the safest backup. Quickly, are you done yet? Ba De could not help but urge. He was the most nervous. If Fang Yuan did not succeed, he would definitely die. All right. Fang Yuan's huge tortoise head let out a breath of turbid air. Joy flashed in his eyes. He took out Dark Limit Immortal GU and Many Mortal GU. Ba De was stunned. He said anxiously with a trace of fear, "This is a Dark Path Immortal GU. This GU formation clearly needs an Earth Path Immortal GU. I don't have an Earth Path Immortal GU, I only have Dark Path." Fang Yuan replied angrily. Ba De rolled his eyes. He almost wanted to beat Fang Yuan up. He shouted, "If you don't have an Earth Path Immortal GU, just say it, I will lend it to you." "What do you know? Shut up." Fang Yuan retorted. "You." Ba De had lost all hope. He was about to scold Fang Yuan, but suddenly, his eyes opened wide, as if two people were punching at the back of his eyes. Next, he was shocked to see that the second layer of the Super GU formation rose up. Its grand aura was like a mountain or a sea. He actually succeeded. At once, Ba De felt like he had gone from hell to heaven. He was stunned on the spot. His mouth was wide open. When Qiao Sai Liu and the others retreated here, they happened to have a panoramic view of the situation. Ba De lost his composure. His dazed expression was very surprising. Chapter 1365. Ba De's body shook. He woke up. His face flushed red as an awkward expression flashed past his face. Fang Yuan focused on controlling the second layer of the Super GU formation. Before Kai Gui fainted, he had already lent the entire GU formation to Fang Yuan, making Fang Yuan the user of the Super GU formation. Ba Quan Feng's sneak attack and Kai Gui's fainting helped Fang Yuan instead. Good, this way, I can use the Super GU formation to gain a huge bargaining chip in this battle. Fang Yuan's use of Dark Limit Immortal GU was not in vain. This way, he had more strength to take advantage of the situation. Earlier, if Fang Yuan used Reverse Flow Protection Seal, he could escape, but that way, he would not be able to deal with his greatest threat, Shadow Sect. Now, he chose to stay, his control over the situation increased by a lot, he was waiting for a chance to appear. Of course, Fang Yuan did not let his guard down. He said to these righteous path Gu immortals solemnly, "Stay away from me, if anyone tries to get close, I will treat them as a traitor and send them out of the Gu formation." "What do you mean?" The righteous path Gu immortals looked at the vigilant Fang Yuan, their expressions changed. At this time, Ba spoke, explaining for Fang Yuan, "I agree with Wu Yihai, no one is to get close." Kai Gui's fainting was caused by the traitor Ba Quanfeng's sneak attack. He informed the righteous path Gu immortals of what had happened earlier. The righteous path Gu immortals were shocked, especially when they knew, if not for Fang Yuan saving the situation, the second layer of the Super Gu formation would not have been activated. These righteous path Gu immortals felt relieved. At the same time, they started to be wary of the surrounding Gu immortals. Ba looked at Fang Yuan, he continued to command the situation, giving out orders. There were many righteous path Gu immortals. Ba could not save the fainted Kai Gui, but that did not mean the other Gu immortals could not. Ba Quanfeng was also interrogated. The other righteous path Gu immortals recuperated and healed their injuries, preparing for the upcoming battle. At this time, far away from the Super Gu formation, Zhuyi Hui's breathing finally stabilized. Its huge black body was like a mountain standing there quietly. Then, it slowly raised its head, opened its bloody mouth, and took a deep breath. Immediately, intense waves appeared in the air, the complex aura of countless Gu worms mixed together exploded and spread in all directions. Its entire body began to swell like a balloon, and its aura grew stronger and stronger. After arriving, it suddenly opened its mouth, and a dark beam of light shot out. The beam of light was extremely fast, it shot towards the second layer of the Gu formation at lightning speed. There was no sound or rumble. Everything was silent, not a sound. But the second layer of the Gu formation burst out with a dazzling light. Crimson-red represented fire path, green represented wind path, light blue represented water path, and pitch black represented dark path. The four colors converged at one spot, resisting the fierce attack of the dark light pillar. The whole Gu formation let out creaking sounds. The righteous path Gu immortals had nervous expressions. Once this Super Gu formation broke down, they would be meat on the chopping board. If they were lucky, they would survive, if not, they would turn to ash. Many astute people started to observe Fang Yuan's expression. Fang Yuan was the one controlling the Gu formation, his every action affected the immortals' hearts. Fang Yuan's expression was calm from beginning to end, no one could see anything amiss. But this calmness meant confidence and safety. The righteous path Gu immortals gradually relaxed. A moment later, the dark light pillar faded, the second layer of the Gu formation's bright light also fell. "We defended against it. Ha ha ha, Lord Wu Yihai, good job." The righteous path Gu immortals cheered, their impression of Fang Yuan had changed. "I was not wrong about you, Wu Yihai, you saved us all." Kai Gui woke up from his coma, muttering with a joyful expression. He was not in a good state now, he needed Fang Yuan to control the Super Gu formation. Qiao Sai Liu looked at Fang Yuan with her beautiful eyes. Fang Yuan turned the situation around, he saved the righteous path, he became a hero. Qiao Sai Liu did not have a good impression of Fang Yuan earlier, but now that she looked at Fang Yuan, her heart was pounding, she had a wonderful feeling. Immortal Killer Move Grey Knight against the Super Gu formation, this was a contest between spear and shield. Eventually, the latter won by a little, successfully defending against this terrifying attack. The light faded, dust settled. Zhuyi Hui, who was breathing roughly, stared at the Super Gu formation. The dream realm was undamaged. It was huge, it was like a huge pot, the bottom of the pot was facing up, covering the vast land. In the second layer of the Super Gu formation, there were Fang Yuan, Ba, Qiao Sai Liu, and the other righteous path Gu immortals. This Gu formation had lost its fourth and third layer, it could not cover the dream realm like before, it was like a hat that covered a small portion of the dream realm. It was not broken. Ying Wu Xie, Hei Lulan, by Ning Bing, and the rest were surprised. This was different from what Zishan Makoto had told them. Not long ago, they had received Zishan Makoto's transmission. He told them that the GU formation was going to break. They needed to find a chance to attack and win. Kai Gui clearly lost his abilities. It seems that something happened. Far away, at the edge of the dream realm, Zishan Makoto sighed deeply. This was huge trouble. The best opportunity was lost, but he had no choice but to attack. Zishan Makoto, who was concealed, could not be detected by others. He had already prepared for a long time at the edge of the dream realm. At this moment, he activated his method. At once, the sky changed color. 7-colored light shot up into the sky. An unparalleled aura was grand and vast. Like a tsunami, it assaulted the mental defenses of the GU Immortals. What's going on? The GU Immortals on Shadow Sect's side shut their eyes. The Super GU formation was shaking intensely. The Righteous Path GU Immortals were flustered. What happened? What killer move is this? Fang Yuan's nervousness disappeared in a flash. He said, "This immortal killer move is not targeting us or the GU formation, it is targeting this dream realm." After the violent eruption, the colorful brilliance did not completely dissipate. Instead, it started to form cocoons of light. The dream realm disappeared. It has condensed into cocoons of light. Oh heavens, what method is this? It is so earth-shattering. Normal killer moves have no effect on dream realms, unless they are dream path method. So that's it, these demonic path GU Immortals' true target is this dream realm. The Righteous Path GU Immortals gasped in shock. Someone among them looked at Fang Yuan eerily. I said that the immortal opportunity business is the root of the problem. It made the demonic path GU Immortals think of an immortal killer move that uses dream realms. This is definitely a huge profit, otherwise, why would so many GU Immortals attack without any regard for the consequences? Once he said this, most of the Righteous Path GU Immortals' expressions changed. Fang Yuan heard this but had no reaction. Instead, Ada snorted angrily, staring at the Xia clan GU Immortal who spoke, "Shut up." At this time, they were facing a huge enemy, but they still did not forget to fight amongst themselves. They were still insulting the important Fang Yuan. They were simply too insensible. Ada was extremely furious. But at the next moment, this Xia clan GU Immortal vanished on the spot, appearing outside the formation. Why did he go out? The Righteous Path GU Immortals were dazed. They went into an uproar. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. This person has ulterior motives. He actually wanted to sow discord. I teleported him out and used him to probe the other party's foundation. Bullshit. Who gave you the authority? You are disregarding human lives. Quickly summon our clan's GU Immortals back. Quick. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. The other Xia clan GU Immortal who was shouting also vanished. At the next moment, he appeared outside the Super GU formation, facing the outside world. Looking at the huge dream realm and the shining Super GU formation, he had a dazed expression. Wu Yi Hai. Ada was anxious. He almost jumped. You are also messing around? Fang Yuan glanced at him plainly, saying lightly, no matter how noisy you are, you will also leave. Ada was dumbfounded. The other Righteous Path GU Immortals, Ada's chest was heaving from anger, his face was red, but he still spoke. Don't forget, the immortal GU used to create this Super GU formation come from our Super Clan. This was a blatant threat. But Fang Yuan laughed. Do you think any of you can summon your GU worms now? Haven't you noticed that you have already lost the ability to sense immortal GU? The immortals' expressions changed. Kai Gui said solemnly, Sai, don't worry. This is the GU formation set up by my clan's Lord Kai Chu-yu. Back then, he designed this formation to prevent spies from appearing, to prevent the GU formation from being destroyed from the inside. Thus, the first and second layers of the GU formation are controlled by one person, others cannot interfere. Right now, even I cannot control this GU formation. Unless Wu Yi Hai can borrow the GU formation back. Saying so, Kai Gui looked at Fang Yuan sincerely. Kai Gui is heavily injured, you have worked hard, you should heal your injuries first. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, breaking Kai Gui's expectations without any qualms. Ba was furious. The immortals were also flustered. In this case, didn't they have to rely on Fang Yuan? Qiao Sai Liu and the others who were close to Wu clan were fine, but Ba clan, Yarrow clan, and Yang clan, these Gu immortals who had conflicts with Wu clan, had ugly expressions now. Kai Chu Yu, this old fool. Someone cursed internally. Kai Chu Yu plotted against these super clans, but logically speaking, he was doing it for the safety of the Dream Realm and the Gu formation. But due to a strange combination of factors, Kai clan lost control. An outsider became the leader of the situation. Don't worry, I, Wu Yihai, am not a crazy person. In the current situation, we, the righteous path, must be of one heart and one mind. Only by working together can we overcome this crisis. Chapter 1366. I have a piece of good news. An immortal Gu house of my Wu clan has already moved out secretly to bring me back to Wu Yi Mountain. It is not far from here, it is the closest reinforcement. As long as we cooperate, we can definitely escape safely. We can even make great contributions to the righteous path and all of southern borders living being. Fang Yuan said these words one after another. Ba's expression turned ugly. Qiao Sai Liu's eyes shined as she looked at Fang Yuan. Her gaze was filled with admiration. Kai Gui had once given Fang Yuan an information path Gu worm and told him everything about the super Gu formation. When Fang Yuan realized that he was the only one who could control this Gu formation, he immediately decided to recruit all of the righteous path Gu immortals. Xia clan's 2 Gu immortals were the unlucky ones that Fang Yuan killed to warn the rest. Next, he gave them the good news of an immortal Gu house. With a stick in one hand and a carrot in the other, the righteous path Gu immortals gathered around him. They became a force that could be controlled and commanded. Among the righteous path Gu immortals, there were many elites, but Fang Yuan had the upper hand. He had too much of an advantage, they could only accept their fate. Fang Yuan could summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. This time, even Ba had to listen to him. After successfully suppressing these righteous path Gu immortals, Fang Yuan focused his attention on the outside world. Many cocoons of light had already formed, they were floating in the air. And the price of forming these cocoons was dream realms. Large chunks of the dream completely dissipated. As a result, the originally round and complete super dreamland was now full of holes, as if a group of rats had gnawed on it from all directions, both inside and out. Over 20 cocoons of light had already formed, there were even more cocoons of light forming. Seeing this, Fang Yuan could not help but sigh. Shadow Sect's methods were truly endless. As expected of a super force with over 100,000 years of foundation created by a demon Venerable. Crack crack. At this time, a series of cracking sounds came from the first cocoon of light. Next, more and more cracks appeared on the surface of the cocoon. Bam! The cocoon of light shattered, and a completely naked person fell out. But before he could fall to the ground, Zishan Makoto, who had been waiting for a long time, made his move. Soon, this person opened his eyes. His entire body was covered in a layer of armor. Without stopping, he flew towards the edge of the dreamland. The other righteous path Gu immortals were still in a daze, but Fang Yuan's eyes were already bulging. This is the pure dream reality seeker physique. Fang Yuan had seen it before, but he was still shocked when he saw it again. Back then, Ying Wu Xie was a pure dream reality seeker physique. This immortal body was a man-made 10 extreme physique. This was the result of Shadow Sect's Inkstone's painstaking research. How could Zishan Makoto have such a method? Don't forget, Ying Wu Xie was still alive. At the same time, Zishan Makoto had taken a huge risk to enter the river of time and communicate deeply with spectral souls will in Red Lotus True Inheritance. Zishan Makoto had wanted to cooperate with Fang Yuan, but because Fang Yuan's information path was too shallow, he did not dare to cooperate with Shadow Sect. Thus, even though Zishan Makoto knew that Fang Yuan had a method to resolve the dream realm, he could not obtain it. He wanted to save Spectral Soul's main body. Other than resolving the Super Gu formation, he also needed to get past the giant dream realm. Since he could not count on Fang Yuan, Zishan Makoto decided to use the method to refine the pure dream reality seeker physique body here. This way, a large number of dream realms would disappear, and he would be able to reach the center of the dream realm and save spectral soul. This means, the pure dream reality seeker physique body was created like this. Shadow Sect's methods are truly terrifying. Even though Fang Yuan had fought with Ying Wuxie before, he did not see how the latter was born. Now that he had seen it, Fang Yuan immediately shouted, ordering the Righteous Path GU Immortals, "Quick, destroy all of these cocoons of light. Kill that guy who flew out." "What happened? Wu Yihai, what do you know? Hurry up and tell us," the Righteous Path GU Immortals asked. But at the next moment, they were sent out of the Super GU formation by Fang Yuan. "Damn it. You did not even greet us. Who do you think we are? Wu Yihai, you are using our tribe's immortal GU. Don't go overboard." Even Qiao Sai Liu was sent out. This southern border fairy was in a daze, she could not accept it. Xia Clan's 2 GU Immortals saw that so many Righteous Path GU Immortals had the same ending as them. They felt a great sense of satisfaction. They quickly suggested to defeat Wu Yihai. Nobody paid attention to them. In this situation, who would dare to offend Fang Yuan, who controlled the Super GU formation? Fang Yuan transmitted to the Immortals, "If you do not want to die here, listen to me. These enemies will continue to grow stronger as time passes. Now is the best time to get rid of them." While the others were still hesitating, Wu Liao responded to Fang Yuan's command and started to attack. Next were some GU Immortals who were close to Wu Clan, including Qiao Sai Liu. But Fang Yuan sent her out as well. This woman, one of the 3 great fairies of southern border, did not have a good expression and mood. After these people attacked, the Righteous Path GU Immortals also started to fight. Firstly, Fang Yuan controlled the Super GU formation, he controlled the Immortals' lives. Secondly, the Righteous Path forces had a strong interest in exploring dream realms. They had been coveting the immortal bodies that were created in the dream realms for a long time. As long as they could capture any one of them and research them, it would be a huge boost to their clan's dream path development. Only Xia Clan's 2 GU Immortals were hesitant. Fang Yuan did not forget about them. He transmitted, "As long as each of you kills 1 cocoon of light, I will let bygones be bygones and let you return to the GU formation." Xia Clan's 2 GU Immortals had indignant expressions. They gritted their teeth loudly, but the situation was dire. The two looked at each other. They still acted according to Fang Yuan's instructions. Almost all the Righteous Path GU Immortals attacked and destroyed the cocoons of light. Only Fang Yuan stayed in the Super GU formation alone, watching over the situation from the back. He was very satisfied. Every second counted. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies broke out of the cocoons of light, flying out. At the same time, the cocoons of light were destroyed, the vanished dream realms gushed out again. Spectral Soul's main body is inside the dream realms. Shadow Sect is very scheming. They created pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to mislead us. Among the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that are flying out, there might be Spectral Soul's remnant soul. Fang Yuan stared with wide eyes, controlling the Super GU formation with all his might. He was monitoring the entire battlefield. This Super GU formation was constructed around the giant dream realms. Even though he had only activated the second layer of the GU formation, Fang Yuan could still control most of the battlefield and teleport the nearby GU Immortals. Not just the Righteous Path GU Immortals, Fang Yuan was also controlling the GU formation, activating its power to destroy the cocoons of light. Unfortunately, this Super GU formation was constructed with defense as its priority. Its offensive power was pitifully weak. It could not compare to Fang Yuan. Kill. At this time, battle cries could be heard. Shadow Sect's GU Immortals led by Fairy Miao Yin, He Lulan, and by Ning Bing also charged over. This wave of GU Immortals had actually been reduced in numbers, but in this complicated battle environment, their disadvantage in numbers was made up for. The giant dream realm was originally round. It was like a huge pot that was placed on the ground. Next, a large number of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies formed, causing large pieces of the dream realms to appear. Some cocoons of light were destroyed by the righteous path GU immortals, the dream realms were restored, but they were not as big as before. This caused the dream realms to not be perfectly connected. There was some distance between the two. Some pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were killed. They exploded into large pieces of dream realms. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies had already flown out. They were no longer at their original locations. This way, the dream realms started to appear at the periphery or the periphery. Don't forget, this giant dream realm itself had its own movement. Thus, large pieces of dream realms were piled up in a disorderly manner, some overlapped, some were spaced apart, and some only had a slight distance between them. The world had turned into a very complicated battle environment. When fighting here, the GU immortals had to be wary of their opponents at all times. They also had to pay attention to the dream realms. They could not easily fall into the dream realms. Refining so many pure dream reality seeker physique bodies at once, it should be Zishan Makoto's doing. Where is he? Fang Yuan looked around. Using the super GU formation, he could not find any traces of Zishan Makoto. Rumble. With a loud sound, the super GU formation erupted with power. A shadow that resembled a mountain flew towards a pure dream reality seeker physique body that had just broken out of a cocoon and landed on it. Suppress. Without the help of GU worms, the pure dream reality seeker physique body was easily suppressed. It was teleported to Fang Yuan's side by the super GU formation. The pure dream reality seeker physique body stared at Fang Yuan. His body was wrapped in black chains. He could not move. Fang Yuan took a few glances at him, his eyes shining brightly. Interesting. If I can capture more, I might be able to break through Shadow Sect's methods and create my own pure dream reality seeker physique body. These are one of the 10 extreme dream path physiques. Even if they have short lifespans, they might be able to help me resolve huge problems. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan searched for big fish while using the super GU formation to capture the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that had just broken out of their cocoons. The second layer of the super GU formation's range was less than half of the dream realm. The area that it could control was even smaller. But as the cocoons of light continued to form, Fang Yuan actually managed to capture close to 10 pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Chapter 1367. Fang Yuan found something even more interesting. The lifespan of these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies was inversely proportional to their cultivation level. The higher the cultivation of the pure dream reality seeker physique, the shorter their lifespan. In contrast, those GU master level pure dream reality seeker physique bodies could live for at least 2 to 3 years. For Fang Yuan, he had plenty of time to research and make use of them. I was feeling strange earlier. If Shadow Sect had a method to refine large numbers of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, why did they not use it during the Battle of Yitian Mountain? It seems that Ying Wu Xie's previous pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were not so easy to refine. In order to save Spectral Soul's main body, Shadow Sect used this method to refine large numbers of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to open up and scatter dream realms. They are very determined. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly at Shadow Sect's resolute attitude. Not only did Fang Yuan succeed and capture many pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, the other righteous path GU immortals were not stupid, they also captured some. These pure dream reality seeker physique bodies contained the dream path research results of Shadow Sect. Once they were successfully researched, others would have huge breakthroughs in the dream realm research. Shadow Sect did not hesitate to do this to save Spectral Soul's main body. The scene was very chaotic. Zishan Makoto was not discovered. He was still creating pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. More and more cocoons of light appeared in the dream realms. Dream realms piled up in a messy manner, forming an extremely complex battlefield. The righteous path and demonic path were surrounding the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, fighting intensely. Even though Fang Yuan's side was trying their best to stop them, because the battlefield was too chaotic, several pure dream reality seeker physique bodies had already escaped and were about to leave the battlefield. Damn it! Spectral Soul's main body might be hiding among them. Fang Yuan observed this scene. Just as he was about to attack from afar, suddenly, A ray of light that was as thin as a needle instantly descended from the depths of the sky. Instantly, it pierced the skull of a pure dream reality seeker physique body. This tiny white ray of light was very sharp. It went all the way down from the pure dream reality seeker physique's head and pierced through its entire body. It appeared and disappeared in an instant. The pure dream reality seeker physique was a rank 6 GU immortal. He immediately felt weak all over, and the top of his head was numb. He could not help but reveal a puzzled expression. Then, he slowly raised his hand and touched the top of his head. Then, he put his hand in front of his eyes and found that it was covered in blood and white brain matter. His expression abruptly changed, filled with disbelief and fear. Then, his vision turned black, and his vitality completely dissipated. Like a broken sack, the corpse fell from the sky to the ground with a bang. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. His bones were broken, and his tendons snapped. He was practically turned into a pile of meat paste. He couldn't be more dead. Who could it be? Fang Yuan's pupils shrank when he saw this. He was someone who could see the entire situation. In the righteous path, he was the first person to observe this situation. Meanwhile, on the demonic path side, Zishan Makoto was creating more cocoons of light while also commanding the overall situation. Seeing this, he was not puzzled, but frowned. Celestial Court has finally made a move. He had already expected this, and had made arrangements in White Heaven, delaying Heaven Overseeing Tower for a while. But unfortunately, Fang Yuan's rescue greatly affected Zishan Makoto's plan. The Super GU formation and the Righteous Path GU Immortals severely interfered with Zishan Makoto's rescue process. The best opportunity was lost. Heaven Overseeing Tower was free from its restraints and finally joined the battle. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. With several soft sounds, several tiny white rays of light shot out, easily killing the pure dream reality seeker physiques that were trying to escape the battlefield. Next, a grand immortal GU house shined with bright light that soared into the sky, descending upon the battlefield like a monarch. Such a majestic scene attracted the attention of most GU immortals. They all looked at the sky. Very few were confused, but most of the GU immortals recognized Heaven Overseeing Tower at once. Celestial Court's Heaven Overseeing Tower was too famous. Celestial Court. Almost all the GU immortals present felt their hearts shake. The Heavenly Court's domineering appearance undoubtedly caused the originally chaotic battle situation to move in an even more unpredictable direction. At the top floor of Heaven Overseeing Tower, Duke Long crossed his arms. His body was straight like a mountain as he looked down at the battlefield. Spectral soul is crafty and sinister. We cannot let any of the pure dream reality seeker physiques go. They must be executed. Of course, these pure dream reality seeker physiques might just be a cover. We cannot exclude the possibility of spectral soul hiding in other GU immortals' bodies and escaping alive. Thus, kill all the GU immortals present. It is better to kill wrongly than to let them go, yes. Behind Duke Long, the GU immortals led by Fairy Myrtle quickly responded. Duke Long pondered, kill Shadow Sect first, then eliminate the Righteous Path. But if anyone wants to leave the battlefield, no matter who they are, kill them. Heaven Overseeing Tower pressed down on the battlefield like a mountain with an unparalleled aura. The chaotic battlefield came to a standstill. Heaven Overseeing Tower represented the strongest battle strength. Its actions would almost determine the direction of the entire battlefield. The Righteous Path GU Immortals' hearts were pounding. Celestial Court's GU Immortals from Central Continent, were they reinforcements? Shadow Sect side fell into panic. Evidently, Celestial Court and Shadow Sect were mortal enemies. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. He looked at the rank 9 immortal GU House Heaven Overseeing Tower with a deep frown. It wasn't that he hadn't expected this to happen. Celestial Court has appeared again. The situation has become very bad. In such a short time, they actually rebuilt Heaven Overseeing Tower. I wonder how many rank 8 GU Immortals Celestial Court sent this time. Heaven Overseeing Tower's appearance had a huge impact on Fang Yuan's plans. But fortunately, Fang Yuan was hiding inside the Super GU formation. With this GU formation, he should be able to block Heaven Overseeing Tower's power. Fang Yuan had a lot of battle experience against Heaven Overseeing Tower. Even if it was the strongest method to activate Fate GU, Fang Yuan estimated that this Super GU formation could block one attack. Fang Yuan decided to watch and not make a move, but Zishan Makoto could not ignore it. He was a Wisdom Path rank 8, how could he not have any methods to deal with it? Zishan Makoto transmitted, Zuoyi Hui, according to the agreement, your enemies are here. What are you waiting for? They are from Celestial Court. Celestial Court. The legendary primordial beast Zuoyi Hui shuddered when it heard this. Its eyes were filled with hatred and anger. This anger and hatred was deeply ingrained in its bones. Even after 1,000,000 years, it was still unforgettable. Celestial Court. Zuoyi Hui raised its head and roared. The sound waves spread over hundreds of li boom. At the next moment, a dark fog burst out of Zuoyi Hui's body. Its body was huge to begin with. Now that it was covered by the dark fog, it became even more terrifying. Next, it bent its legs and arched its body, baring its teeth as it stomped on the ground. Bam! A violent muffled sound rang out, and the entire ground trembled violently. A huge crater was created by Zuoyi Hui's stomp. Meanwhile, Zuoyi Hui shot towards the sky like an arrow, pouncing towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower attacked, but Zuoyi Hui's body was covered in black fog. It was an immortal killer move. Not only could it fly, it also had defensive properties. Zuoyi Hui was unstoppable. It was like a huge black meteor. In a few breaths of time, it crossed 100 li and arrived in front of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Reckless savage survivor. Duke Long snorted in disdain. His body shook as he willed. Heaven Overseeing Tower burst out with blinding white light. At once, the world turned white. Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest method, Fate Vanquish. Rank 9 Immortal GU Fate's power was unparalleled. No matter how they dodged, they would be hit. As long as they were not rank 9, no matter how strong they would lose to this move. Light was everywhere. White light. It filled the world, the ground, everywhere. The GU immortals who were exposed to the light, be they righteous path or demonic path, all of them coughed out blood. They were heavily injured instantly. They fainted on the spot. In an instant, half of the battlefield was cleared. Some GU immortals, because of the obstruction of the dream realm, were not exposed to the light. They survived. With a loud sound, Zuoyi Hui could not block Fate's attack. It crashed to the ground. It coughed out a mouthful of blood, but quickly got up. It opened its mouth and roared at Heaven Overseeing Tower. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, the central continent GU immortals were all shocked. Duke Long also showed a surprised expression. Zuoyi Hui was hit by Fate Vanquish. It was normal that it did not die. It was thicker than ordinary immortal GU houses. Its recovery speed was shocking. Zuoyi Hui had been a problem in Southern Border for many years. Southern Border's GU immortals had sent immortal GU houses to hunt it down, but they could not take its life. They could only defeat it. But Zuoyi Hui's injuries were much lighter than Duke Long had expected. GU immortals could cultivate. Zuoyi Hui was cultivating too. Over these years, Zuoyi Hui's strength had been rising. Furthermore, it had the help of Shadow Sect this time. Zishan Makoto had lent it many immortal GU and immortal killer moves, equipping Zuoyi Hui with all his might. Zuoyi Hui stood up completely. Its wounds were already half healed. Such terrifying recovery speed. Next, it charged at Heaven Overseeing Tower fearlessly. Duke Long's eyes shined with cold light. He used Fate Vanquish again. Zuoyi Hui was hit. It fell to the ground again. But soon, it stood up again. Even though it was injured, it was still full of energy. The central continent GU immortals were shocked. This is the battle strength of a legendary immemorial desolate beast. It is too shocking. This is a problem. Fairy Myrtle had a grim gaze. Zuoyi Hui's battle strength was beyond her imagination. Even though Heaven Overseeing Tower had Fate Vanquish, it could not be used frequently. Chapter 1368. Roar. Zuoyi Hui roared. This time, he flew up in mid-air and pounced towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Duke Long smiled coldly, activating Heaven Overseeing Tower. Turn Phantom. Zhuyi Hui missed. The entire Heaven Overseeing Tower, including the GU Immortals inside, turned phantom. Ordinary methods could not harm them. Is it intentional? Trying to lure me out? Zishan Makoto, who was concealed, saw this as a bright light flashed in his eyes. Shadow Sect indeed had methods to counter phantom forms. But Zishan Makoto did not attack the phantom Heaven Overseeing Tower. Because he was not Spectral Soul's main body, he did not have all the immortal GU that could counter phantom forms. Even if he used them, it would be too difficult to deal with the phantom Heaven Overseeing Tower. He did not attack. Duke Long muttered in his heart. Back then, during the Battle of Yi Tian Mountain, Spectral Soul had sealed the phantom Heaven Overseeing Tower, preventing it from returning to its original form. Duke Long had already prepared a method. He was waiting for this killer move from Shadow Sect. But Zishan Makoto was patient. He had no intention of attacking. Duke Long controlled the phantom Heaven Overseeing Tower, trying to get closer to the Dream Realm. The huge Heaven Overseeing Tower entered the Dream Realm. Its phantom form started to fade. Some GU worms at the edges were devoured by the Dream Realm. It can't turn phantom either. Duke Long's heart shook. He controlled Heaven Overseeing Tower again, leaving the Dream Realm. This was the first time Duke Long had encountered something like a Dream Realm. Regarding Great Dream Immortal Venerable, Duke Long was very surprised. Even though Heaven Overseeing Tower was in phantom form, a corner of it was devoured by the Dream Realm. The central continent GU Immortals in Heaven Overseeing Tower started to repair it. Without a corresponding Dream Path method, even Heaven Overseeing Tower will be lost in the Dream Realm. Duke Long concluded. One move to dominate the world. Back then, Ying Wuxie, who possessed the pure dream reality seeker physique, could use lead soul into dream to sleep with Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. It could be seen that even a powerful rank 9 immortal GU house could not defend against the power of Dream Path. Unless it was an immortal GU house with Dream Path immortal GU, most immortal GU houses would be lost in the Dream Realm. This way, this battlefield is not suitable for Heaven Overseeing Tower to fight. Heaven Overseeing Tower is huge. It is not as agile as when GU Immortals fight alone. Duke Long looked at the furious Zhuyi Hui, his eyes shining with bright light. At this time, Heaven Overseeing Tower suddenly became solid. Zhuyi Hui quickly chased after it. Heaven Overseeing Tower turned and sped up, charging towards a dream realm not far away. Zhuyi Hui flew in the air. His speed was even faster. His huge body was like a black cloud, sweeping past like the wind towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Not good. When Zishan Makoto saw this scene, he quickly took action. A mystical light shot out and landed on Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower's speed slowed down. It became illusory, like the reflection of a rippling water surface. It's fake. Zhuyi Hui quickly stopped. It almost fell into the Dream Realm. The Dream Realm was a dangerous place for Zhuyi Hui. Behind it, the real Heaven Overseeing Tower appeared. He. Duke Long stood at the top of the tower, his dragon eyes shining with a cold light as he stared at a certain place. Zishan Makoto sighed. He knew he had fallen into a trap. Duke Long was trying to harm Zhuyi Hui on the surface, but the truth was that he wanted to find Zishan Makoto's location. But even though Zishan Makoto saw through Duke Long's plan, he had to take action. Because Zhuyi Hui was a precious battle strength, he could not lose it. Shadow Sect needed it to defend Heaven Overseeing Tower. Spectral Soul Remnant, HMPH, I will kill him. Fairy Myrtle, go deal with that Super GU formation and kill that Fang Yuan. The rest of you control Heaven Overseeing Tower and leave. Zhuyi Hui will definitely follow you. I do not want to make any mistakes. Duke Long ordered as the Immortals quickly responded. With a dragon roar, Duke Long turned into a mystical light as he flew towards Zishan Makoto. Meanwhile, Fairy Myrtle flew towards the Super GU formation. Heaven Overseeing Tower brought the central continent GU Immortals as they flew into the sky, leaving the battlefield. Zhuyi Hui looked at Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle before looking at Heaven Overseeing Tower. It knew that because of its huge size and the fact that it liked to charge and attack in battle, it was very restricted here. it was not fun. And Heaven Overseeing Tower had the aura that it hated the most. It was the symbol of Celestial Court. The thought of destroying Heaven Overseeing Tower was firmly in Zhuo Yihui's mind. Duke Long flew in the sky, his body turned into a phantom as he arrived in front of Zishan Makoto in the blink of an eye. He was tall and mighty, he had a dragon horn on his forehead, his dragon eyes were filled with dominance and coldness. Boom boom boom. Zishan Makoto fought against Duke Long. After a few breaths of time, Zishan Makoto could not match him, he escaped in a pathetic state. You will die for sure today. Duke Long roared as he chased relentlessly. Inside the Super GU formation, Fang Yuan was breaking out in cold sweat. He suddenly realized that he had fallen into a trap. Providence. It was actually hiding here. No, or should I say. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk to pin size, sweat was dripping down his forehead. Right at this time, Fairy Myrtle had already arrived in front of the Super GU formation. Fang Yuan quickly calmed his mind and activated the Super GU formation, fully guarding against the enemy in front of him. This GU formation is not bad. Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with purple light, she inspected the Super GU formation as she nodded. Unfortunately, there is a flaw, there are too many GU worms, the person controlling the GU formation has borrowed other people's immortal GU. However, this is something that I can use. Saying so, Fairy Myrtle used her right hand to raise an immortal GU house. Star Constellation Chessboard. This immortal GU house was personally created by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It was possibly the smallest immortal GU house in the world. The chessboard was activated, it turned into sparkling starlight in the sky. The starlight howled, they were like a group of fireflies as they pounced at Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle's huge body was engulfed by these starlight specks, she turned into dazzling starlight and joined in. The starlight expanded slightly as it pounced at the Super GU formation. Fang Yuan was already prepared, he activated the GU formation in time and attacked the starlight specks. But these starlight specks ignored the GU formation's attack, they directly went into the Super GU formation and permeated it in the blink of an eye. Originally, this Super GU formation was shining with red, green, blue, and black profound lights. But now that the starlight permeated it, these four profound lights weakened. The starlight mixed into the four profound lights. Fang Yuan felt a sense of concentration coming from the Super GU formation. Fang Yuan, you are an otherworldly demon, you were chosen by Providence Sect, you had the heavy responsibility of saving the people of the world. However, even though you destroyed Shadow Sect's heaven-defying plan, you took a wrong step, you betrayed the righteous path and entered the demonic path, becoming enemies with the people of the world. If you admit your mistake now, surrender immediately, I will leave your corpse intact. After you die, I will personally write a biography for you, your name will be spread throughout the ages and serve as a warning to future generations. At this time, Fairy Myrtle's voice came from the Super GU formation. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, Providence Sect made a good plan this time. He said this as he tried to activate the Super GU formation. The GU formation was still under his control, but the feeling of difficulty and darkness was getting heavier. Some of the mortal GU at the edges were vanishing from Fang Yuan's senses. Evidently, Fairy Myrtle was fighting with him for the control of this Super GU formation. Stubborn fool. Fairy Myrtle's voice was cold, she saw that Fang Yuan was resisting with all his might, she increased her strength. The starlight specks in the Super GU formation became brighter. Celestial Court knows my identity, this proves my earlier guess. Dark Limit Immortal GU cannot be retrieved, as time passes, this Super GU formation will eventually be controlled by Celestial Court. What do I do? Abandoning the Super GU formation and activating Reverse Flow Protection Seal to escape? No way. Celestial Court has fought with me long ago, they are familiar with Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Since they want to get rid of me, not only do they want to get rid of the Shadow Sect, they also want to kill me. How could they not consider Reverse Flow Protection Seal? If I rely on this killer move, Celestial Court might not want to see that happen. Once my killer move is broken, I will suffer a backlash and lose my battle strength, I might even die. What should I do? The thoughts in Fang Yuan's mind surged like a storm, like a raging tsunami. He was in a desperate situation. Fang Yuan quickly thought of a way to escape the battlefield. There was no way. It was impossible for him to escape on his own. His only hope was reverse flow protection seal. Should I gamble that Celestial Court did not develop a method to counter reverse flow protection seal? Fang Yuan's mouth was filled with bitterness. He was well aware that if he were to bet on this, his chances of winning were too small. As for the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, Fang Yuan did not have enough heavenly crystals. It was hard for the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to evolve into an immemorial desolate beast. Even if he had a lot of heavenly crystals, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle would not be under Fang Yuan's control after becoming an immemorial desolate beast. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was arrogant, it only submitted to the strong, the possibility of it rebelling was huge. Relying on Fang Yuan and its own emotions to maintain it was very weak and unreliable. There are two ways to stall for time. Fang Yuan thought hard and came up with two methods. One was to release Reverse Flow River and place himself in the river to defend himself. The other was to place his Immortal Aperture in southern border and close the Immortal Aperture's entrance to defend himself. But these two methods were only stalling for time, there was no possibility of improving the situation. If Fang Yuan used these methods, it would be the same as giving up the initiative. This was very dangerous. If these two methods could let Fang Yuan escape with his life, the only possibility was the reinforcements from Southern Border's righteous path. If Southern Border's GU Immortals could expel Celestial Court, Fang Yuan might have a chance to escape. But Celestial Court was not a weakling, nor was it a fool. Southern Border's righteous path's overall strength was naturally greater than Central Continent's side in the battlefield. But whether their reinforcements could defeat Celestial Court's GU Immortals and Heaven Overseeing Tower was a problem. Even if they could defeat them and chase away Celestial Court's GU Immortals, would Fang Yuan be able to continue using Wu Yihai's identity? Impossible. Celestial Court had already discovered his identity, they only needed one sentence to make Southern Border's righteous path target Fang Yuan. Chapter 1369. Swoosh swoosh. Their killing intent was piercingly cold. Two figures shuttled back and forth in the dreamland. Webzishan Makoto against Duke Long, the two were extremely fast, they shot out like flying arrows, but they were also agile like snakes. Boom boom boom. As the two fought, thunderous sounds could be heard continuously. Air currents surged, but when they landed in the nearby dream realms, they dissipated. The two rank 8 GU Immortals started to fight. One was a first-generation split soul of spectral soul, he had cultivated for 100,000 years. The other was a Celestial Court legend with quasi-rank 9 strength who lived in seclusion in history. Without a doubt, the battle between the two was the most important and intense battle in the entire Dream Realm battlefield. Heaven Overseeing Tower and Zhuo Yihui's clash was secondary compared to these two's intense battle. Zishan Makoto's eyes shined with a purple glass-like light, he suddenly stretched out his arms as countless charcoal-like rocks floated on the surface of his body. The rocks flew out and grew larger in the air, at the same time, the surface of the rocks started burning with red flames. Thousands of fiery rocks flew towards Duke Long like a rain of fire. Duke Long attacked fiercely, not dodging at all. When the fiery rocks landed on his body, they were blocked by a layer of cloud light that surrounded him. The cloud light did not move, but soon, Duke Long found that a mystical fire was burning in his mind. His thoughts rose up, but the flames burned them away. The cloud light needed Duke Long to maintain it at all times. Now that these thoughts were destroyed, he lost his defense. The fiery rocks landed on Duke Long's body. At once, there were sounds of explosions, the fiery rocks were like eggs, Duke Long's muscular body was like metal, the fiery rocks shattered and self-detonated, sparks and rocks flew everywhere. Duke Long continued to charge forwards. His body had a terrifying accumulation of Dao marks, and at the same time, he had defensive measures like Bai Chen Tian's wood armor and Fang Yuan's ghostly concealment. His imposing manner was astonishing. He was like a human-shaped barbaric dragon, charging forward bravely against Zishan Makoto's bombardment. The pair of dragon eyes were still cold. Duke Long's face did not change at all. His expression was as cold as ice. He did not even frown. Zishan Makoto's immortal killer move was like a light breeze, not worth mentioning. Duke Long's performance was very domineering. While Zishan Makoto was a wisdom path GU immortal, he paid attention to strategy and fought while retreating. Flint couldn't do anything to Duke Long, but Zishan Makoto's lips curled up slightly. He suddenly stretched out his left index finger and pointed at Duke Long, who was chasing after him. Suddenly, 100 flowers bloomed. On the surface of Duke Long's body, countless flowers grew out of nowhere. The flowers numbered in the thousands, covering Duke Long's entire body. Duke Long had a strong body and frighteningly high defense, but when the flowers bloomed, his expression finally changed. Consecutive moves. This time, Duke Long stopped his pursuit. He floated in the air. From flying at a high speed, he instantly stopped moving, showing his incredible movement method and his powerful body. Flowers bloomed on Duke Long's body, increasing in number. The petals were delicate and fragile, but they gave Duke Long a huge problem. Duke Long stretched out his right hand, he clenched his fist and prepared for a breath of time before opening his fingers. Boom! With a soft explosion, from his opened right palm, countless faint white chi currents flew out. These chi currents were like arcs, flying in the air, rapidly circling around Duke Long's body. The streams of chi were like sharp blades. They constantly swept away the flowers on his body. For a moment, petals fluttered and the flowers withered. The chi currents seemed weak, but they were actually extremely sharp. In a few breaths of time, all the flowers on Duke Long's body were wiped clean. Zishan Makoto's pupils shrank when he saw this. Duke Long's killing move was very sharp, and the chi currents were multiple, requiring high attainment and skill to control. It was originally an offensive move against the enemy, but when Duke Long controlled it, it was used on himself. If he was not careful, he would be injured. But Duke Long was skilled and daring. He was extremely familiar with this move. It was as if he could control it with ease. Many of the chi currents brushed past his skin and the surface of his clothes, but they were not harmed at all. His control was extremely precise. It was simply amazing. However, using this chance, Zishan Makoto had already activated it. Immortal killer moves had difficulty in activating them. If Zhao Lianyun was in Zishan Makoto's situation, he might fail in activating the killer move. However, Purple Mountain True Monarch was incomparably experienced and steady. He grasped this opportunity and didn't waste it. An immortal killer move was activated. Phantoms appeared, surrounding Zishan Makoto's main body, forming dozens of purple phantoms in an instant. These phantoms were still splitting, one turned into 4 turned into 10, forming an army in an instant. Zishan Makoto's body was concealed. The purple phantom army pounced at Duke Long. Duke Long snorted coldly. His right hand suddenly turned into a dragon claw as he waved it. Claw marks appeared in the air. These claw marks were dozens of feet long. Wherever they went, the purple phantoms would disintegrate. Next, Duke Long's left hand also turned into a dragon claw. He attacked left and right. The claw marks spread out and almost caused cracks to appear in space. The purple phantoms were quickly cleared. Duke Long's eyes shined with a mystical light, covering a hidden space. Zishan Makoto immediately knew that his location was exposed. He appeared. Both sides stood in the air. Countless layers of chaotic dream realms were behind them. They were about 1,000 steps away from each other. It seems that even after sleeping for so many years, you are still able to keep up with the times. Zishan Makoto said plainly. He was a wisdom path GU immortal. Right now, his robe was fluttering and his purple hair was swaying. His eyes were filled with vigor. He looked very graceful. During this period of time, I have been practicing. Times are changing. Too many geniuses have appeared in these 1 million years. They have displayed too many exquisite methods. Duke Long sighed. He sighed, continuing, "All right, let's not use these small methods. The probing is over. Let's use our true strength now." Zishan Makoto smiled, nodding, "Of course." At the next moment, the two moved like lightning, colliding together. Bam bam bam, dazzling lights and shadows burst forth like overflowing fireworks, illuminating the surrounding dreamland, making it even more dazzling and colorful. These two are really. Relying on the Super GU formation, Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of most of the battlefield. After observing Zishan Makoto and Duke Long's battle for a while, Fang Yuan was speechless. Both are rank 8 GU immortals, and not ordinary rank 8s, they are truly too strong. Normally speaking, when GU immortals fight for the first time, they use mortal GU and mortal killer moves. In a real fight, they use immortal GU and immortal killer moves. But these two are directly using immortal killer moves to probe each other. These two are at least Great Grandmaster attainment level, be it fiery rocks, flowers, chi blades, cloudlight, or others, they are all signs of comprehension. If I did not use reverse flow protection seal, I would have lost in one move. So intense. These two's fighting speed and firepower have increased by a large margin. Information was very important to GU immortals. Fang Yuan used the Super GU formation to observe for a while, gaining a lot of information. Be it Zishan Makoto or Duke Long, Fang Yuan was not their match. Even with reverse flow protection seal, he could only take a beating. In fact, during the Battle of Northern Plains Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan was able to escape because of the chaotic situation at that time. Eventually, Fang Yuan used the regional wall to escape from the pursuers, dogtail life-extending ferret Maro Li Chiu. With my own strength, it will be very difficult to escape from such a chaotic battle, the chances are very slim. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed into a knot. But at this time, his expression suddenly changed. Inside his immortal aperture, an information path GU worm had sent him Wu Yong's message. Wu Yong is not dead, Xiaoji Cai and Tai Mianshan are safe too, they were only trapped for a while. They are using an immortal GU house to rush here. Wu Yong sent a message, telling Fang Yuan to hold on and preserve his life, even if he had to escape, it was fine. He also told Fang Yuan that not only him, Kai clan's first supreme elder Kai Chu Yu was also coming with an immortal GU house. But the latter was even further away than Wu Yong. Not just these two groups, the other superforces also sent their immortal GU houses. Although the southern border Righteous Path clans had been fighting against each other before, but after hearing Wu Yong's announcement and the situation in the low-grade Dreamland, they immediately stopped fighting against each other, united as one, and advanced towards the low-grade Dreamland. If one looked at the map of southern border, Yitian Mountain was at the left of the center of southern border. And the righteous sects that were scattered all over the southern border, all sent reinforcements, rushing over from all directions to provide support. Fang Yuan had a complex expression. If he was Wu Yihai, he would be overjoyed at this news, his morale would soar. But he was not. He was Fang Yuan. Once southern border's reinforcements arrived, the Celestial Court would definitely expose his identity and cause chaos. Fang Yuan would be isolated. As for Wu Yong, Fang Yuan sighed internally. This brother of his was his greatest political backer, he might become the strongest pursuer in the future. Fang Yuan killed the real Wu Yihai with his own hands. Even if Wu Yong and Wu Yihai had a weak brotherly relationship, and Wu Yong did not want to take revenge, because of his righteous path identity, he had to take revenge and kill Fang Yuan. It could be said that the conflict between Fang Yuan and Wu Yong was irreconcilable. Wu clan actually has an immortal GU house. Wu Yong is really patient. He came very quickly, but even the nearest reinforcements would take at least a day to arrive. Fang Yuan calculated in his mind. Chapter 1370. Hope was still slim. Right now, the battle was a chaotic three-way battle. Celestial Court's force was firmly in first place. Because they had rank 8 battle strength Zishan Makoto and Zuoyi Hui, Shadow Sect's force was second. Southern Border's Righteous Path force was third, although they had the Super GU formation, it was a dead object. Moreover, Fairy Myrtle had used Star Constellation chessboard to infiltrate it. As for Fang Yuan, he was a member of Southern Border's Righteous Path on the surface, but he was actually closer to Shadow Sect. He was special. And looking at the battle situation, Celestial Court's force and Southern Border's Righteous Path were attacking Shadow Sect's side. Shadow Sect could not match Celestial Court, they were at a disadvantage. They were also being attacked from both sides, they were at a disadvantage. One day, I need at least one day to reach southern border. According to the current situation, if this situation continues, I will not be able to last until then. Once Shadow Sect is defeated, Celestial Court and Southern Border's righteous path forces will work together to deal with me, the traitor. Shadow Sect's defeat is only one aspect. There is also this Super GU formation. It will not last for more than one day. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze, looking at this Super GU formation with deep worry. Because of Kai Chu Yu's design, the second layer of this Super GU formation could only be controlled by one person. No matter how many people there were, it was useless. Thus, even if Fang Yuan called back the Southern Border Righteous Path GU Immortals, they would not be able to help him resist Fairy Myrtle's invasion. Moreover, Fang Yuan had the hidden danger of his identity. If Southern Border's GU Immortals learned of Fang Yuan's true identity from Celestial Court, would these Southern Border GU Immortals believe it? What would they do? To Fang Yuan, these were all unknown dangers. Fang Yuan had thought of the first layer of the GU formation. This Super GU formation had a total of 4 layers. Fang Yuan was only controlling the second layer. There was still the first layer left. If Fairy Myrtle succeeded, the second layer of the GU formation Fang Yuan would self-destruct. In theory, she would still be able to activate the first layer of the GU formation and continue to resist it. However, according to Kai Gui's information path GU worm, the controller of this GU formation had to be a Kai clan GU immortal. This was Kai Chu Yu's GU formation. From his perspective, he had to prioritize his own benefits first. The first GU formation had many methods to distinguish one's identity. If it was purely bloodline, Fang Yuan could still impersonate it. Unfortunately, that was not the case. One of the methods involved Life Tablet GU and Soul Lantern GU. Fang Yuan did not leave any Life Tablet GU or Soul Lantern GU in Kai Clan. This involved information path. Fang Yuan could only sigh and curse helplessly in his heart. Kai Chu Yu, this old man. How could a rank 8 GU immortal be easy to deal with? When Kai Chu Yu made this arrangement, he naturally did not expect such a complicated situation. But now, this arrangement had become a huge obstacle to restrain Fang Yuan. It was a dead end. Fang Yuan was getting closer to the dead end. But undeniably, Kai Chu Yu's arrangement was correct. At least, it was a huge guarantee for Kai Clan. Fang Yuan had to be careful not to let Kai Clan's GU immortals die. Especially Kai Gui. If anything happens to him, he would need to use the Super GU formation to teleport him back. With Kai Gui, he had the first layer of the GU formation. Of course, Kai Gui's attitude towards Fang Yuan was still an unsolved mystery. Unless he was at his wit's end, Fang Yuan would not use Kai Gui. The situation was complex, the 3 sides were fighting. Fang Yuan had a special identity. Even though he was in Southern Border's Righteous Path camp, he was not reliable. There were too many factors affecting him. Wisdom path methods were being used. All sorts of thoughts appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. He was thinking so hard that his brain was about to emit smoke. How could he escape? This problem was still unsolvable. Spring-autumn cicada? A thought appeared in Fang Yuan's mind, but he quickly rejected it. Spring-autumn cicada could not be used. Its body contained providence. There was a huge risk of failure. Earlier, Fang Yuan used Providence's secret help to revive successfully. But now, he was standing on the opposite side of Heaven's will, and Heaven's will couldn't wait to tear him apart. In this situation, if Fang Yuan tried to revive using Spring-Autumn Cicada, he would be lying to himself. Spring-Autumn Cicada's providence would directly get rid of him. Using Spring-Autumn Cicada was suicide, unless he used Shadow Sect's method to refine it. But now, how could Fang Yuan have the time to do so? That's not right. I can use time path methods to speed up the immortal aperture's time. That way, I can give up on the Super GU formation and hide in my immortal aperture. I can refine Spring-Autumn Cicada. No, that is not right. There are calamities and tribulations. Once the immortal aperture's time is sped up, calamities and tribulations will descend. It will be very difficult for Providence to control it. And my time path attainment level is too low. I have no confidence in refining a pure spring-autumn cicada in a race against time. And this method requires me to give up on the super GU formation. It is a foolish choice. This was not right either. Fate was full of malice, it seemed to have lost all hope of survival. But Fang Yuan did not give up. He was still persevering. His willpower did not waver, even though the pressure was increasing. Fairy Myrtle's corrosion of the super GU formation had not stopped for even a moment. Persevere. Fang Yuan's eyes were shining brightly. He was not flustered, he was very calm. It was not that he had not encountered desperate situations before. On the contrary, he had encountered them many times. In this world, cultivating and struggling for life, no matter what choice one made, there would always be risks. Once a person walked to a higher place, it was like climbing a mountain. Without risks, how could there be gains and improvements? Even someone as strong as old ancestor Shui who, the number 1 rank 8 battle strength in northern plains, encountered danger. Snowy Mountain was destroyed, his hundreds of years of foundation was gone just like that. The plan to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal GU failed completely. Reverse Flow River was snatched away. Even his wife, Lady WN Shou, was heavily injured. For example, Celestial Court GU Immortals by Chen Tian and Wei Ling Yang, these rank 8 great experts were high and mighty existences. In the end, they died in battle, even their corpses were scattered outside, unable to return home. There was also Sword Immortal Bo Qing, and in Fang Yuan's previous life, Feng Zhouge, who died in battle while attacking Lang Ya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan was not Ma Hongyun, he was not the child of luck. Compared to these people, he was very ordinary. In fact, Ma Hongyun died in the end, but he had fortune rivaling heaven to protect him. Heaven and earth were heartless, treating all living beings like dogs. No matter how talented or experienced a GU immortal was, in this world, they were all ordinary beings, they were treated equally. 500 years of previous life experience, compared to heaven and earth, what was it? The so-called scheming and deep foresight was just because he had experienced the fickleness of the world, he was familiar with the ways of the world. Manpower was limited, who did not make mistakes? Even rank 9 venerables were not immune, even Ren Zhu was deceived by wisdom GU. On the contrary, providence was vast, it controlled the entire situation, the heavenly power of heaven and earth was endless. Resisting heaven as a human, how difficult was that? The same feeling was not only lingering in Fang Yuan's mind. Ying Wuxie was also deeply moved. He was fighting. His opponent was a rank 7 righteous path GU immortal. At this moment, the rank 6 immortal zombie Ying Wuxie was at a disadvantage. Even though he had exquisite immortal killer moves, the opponent was too strong. Ying Wuxie could only barely hold his ground. After the previous chaotic battle, Ying Wuxie fell into the predicament of fighting alone, and the situation was precarious. Soul Beast Summoning. Ying Wuxie used an immortal killer move, 3 ancient soul beasts surrounded him again. But his opponent, Xia Clan's rank 7 GU immortal, smiled in disdain. Not long ago, when he faced Soul Beast Summoning for the first time, he was flustered. But now, with more experience, Xia Clan's GU immortal found a way to quickly restrain the ancient soul beasts. That was to use the giant dream realm. The intelligence of ancient soul beasts was still very low. As long as they used some schemes, Xia Clan's GU immortal could lure these soul beasts into the dream realm. Souls entering the dream realm were like sheep entering a tiger's mouth. The essence of soul beasts was to condense their souls into corporeal bodies. Making full use of the surrounding environment was also one of the GU immortal's battle attainments. As expected, soon, the ancient soul beasts that Ying Wuxie painstakingly summoned were dealt with by Xia Clan's GU immortal. Ying Wuxie smiled bitterly in his heart, he could not escape, he could only rely on others in this situation. Right at this time, his expression changed, he received 6th Hair's message, Fang Yuan wanted to cooperate with Shadowsec. After Zishan Makoto woke up, he took the initiative to communicate with Fang Yuan, suggesting cooperation. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan was wary of Shadowsec's information path methods. Even though they had mutual benefits, there was no progress. Ying Wuxie did not expect that at this time, Fang Yuan wanted to cooperate with Shadowsect. Too late. The bitterness in Ying Wuxie's heart intensified. Too late. It was too late. I don't know where Fang Yuan is, but my shadow sect has already made a move to save the main body. Sixth Hair sent another message. Fang Yuan needed an information path GU worm to communicate with Ying Wuxie. Fang Yuan could not communicate with shadow sect directly. Sixth Hair was usually the middleman. This was because the letter GU used for communication were usually a pair. This way, crucial clues would be left behind for each other. Their location could be easily deduced and other information could be obtained. Give it to him. Ying Wuxie thought about it. He did not reject. Next, Fang Yuan's voice resounded in Ying Wuxie's mind. You are in a sorry state, Ying Wuxie. You are about to be killed by Xia clan. Where is your lead soul into Dream Killer move? Why don't you use it? Ying Wuxie heard this and stared with wide-opened eyes. He was greatly shocked. Fang Yuan. He immediately transmitted. Are you in this battlefield? What do you think? Fang Yuan chuckled. Don't use soul beast summoning carelessly. You have already used it 3 times. The effect is getting worse. Using it again will only increase the risk and waste immortal essence. Ying Wuxie was shocked. Fang Yuan, you are here after all. Damn it, you actually managed to sneak in. When did you do it? Wait, don't tell me my opponent is you. Chapter 1371. Cooperate. Hearing Fang Yuan's suggestion, Ying Wuxie could not help but show a complex expression. Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect's relationship could be said to be very complicated. Fang Yuan, who was half an otherworldly demon, was once a chess piece arranged by Providence. He staked it all and returned to the past, destroying Shadow Sect's plan. Fang Yuan, who succeeded in snatching the sovereign immortal Aperture GU, became irreconcilable enemies with Shadow Sect. In the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Shadow Sect suffered a huge loss. They wanted to tear Fang Yuan to pieces. However, Fang Yuan made full use of time and the advantage of the sovereign immortal body. He gradually became stronger and started to chase after Ying Wuxie and the rest. If not for Ying Wuxie and the rest making good use of the situation and having excellent escape methods, they would have already died in Fang Yuan's hands. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan had already become strong enough to fight rank 8 GU immortals. Shadow Sect was led by Zishan Makoto. They started to change their strategy and were willing to cooperate with Fang Yuan. This was a turning point in the relationship between the two sides. Precisely because of this, at this moment, when Fang Yuan suggested cooperation, Ying Wuxie nodded and replied, "Let's cooperate then." Ying Wuxie did not dislike cooperating with Fang Yuan. More accurately speaking, he had once disliked and hated it. When Zishan Makoto suggested it, he did not understand. But people changed. If it was during the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Ying Wuxie had just been born and was ignorant, he would not have thought of cooperating with his mortal enemy. When Shadow Sect was strong, Fang Yuan was as weak as an ant. Ying Wuxie would not have been stupid enough to cooperate with Fang Yuan. After the huge loss on Yitian Mountain, Ying Wuxie hated Fang Yuan to the extreme. There was no basis for them to cooperate. Ying Wuxie had been thinking about how to restore the former glory of the Shadow Sect. But as Fang Yuan's strength continued to soar, and as he chased after Ying Wuxie and the others, the battered and exhausted Ying Wuxie could not help but grow wary of Fang Yuan. Recently, Fang Yuan had chased them all the way to the northern plains. Other than the wariness Ying Wuxie felt towards Fang Yuan, there was also a sense of fear. After the battle at the upflowing river, Ying Wuxie developed a new feeling for Fang Yuan. That was admiration. Fang Yuan had done what Ying Wuxie couldn't. It was no wonder he was chosen by Providence to return to the past to make things difficult for the Shadow Sect. It's not that I'm not strong, but my opponent is Fang Yuan. With this thought in mind, Ying Wuxie suddenly realized that his failures along the way were not so hard to accept. How? I can't hold on for much longer. Ying Wuxie asked directly. Fang Yuan raised his brows slightly. Ying Wuxie's attitude was so straightforward, Fang Yuan was surprised. Of course I will help you first. The Celestial Court is too strong. We have to work together to have more hope. Fang Yuan sighed. He started to communicate with the Xia clan GU immortal who was fighting Ying Wuxie. Retreat. Why would I retreat? I have already probed my opponent's foundation. Victory is in my grasp. The Xia clan Gu Immortal did not understand. The Yarrow clan Gu Immortal over there is in danger. He needs your help. Go, I am in charge of the situation. How can you see the big picture like me? Fang Yuan was not polite at all. The Xia clan Gu Immortal was very unhappy, but because of Wu Yihai's identity and the fact that he was in control of the Super Gu formation, he could only snort inwardly and leave. Then how are you going to help me? Hurry up and help. Ying Wuxie urged, but suddenly, his eyes opened wide. He was shocked to see that his opponent suddenly retreated, looking at him with an unresigned expression before flying away. What are you arguing for? I am already helping you. Fang Yuan's voice could be heard at this moment. Ying Wuxie's heart shook. He shouted, "You're still saying you are not an imposter? Or is he one of you? Enough nonsense. Tell me, what is your shadow sect's plan? Don't tell me you don't have a backup plan." Fang Yuan immediately asked. Ying Wuxie smiled bitterly, replying, "We naturally have a backup plan, that is me." Rumble. An intense explosion occurred. From the surging air currents, Zishan Makoto flew out of the sky full of bright lights, charging down rapidly. "Why are you running? Come and fight." Behind him, Duke Long chased after him. At this moment, his long hair danced wildly in the wind, and his extremely robust body had changed greatly. Not only did his dragon horns grow longer and sharper, his 2 hands had turned into dragon claws, and his dragon tail swung behind him. His entire body was covered in a layer of thick and dense dragon scales. Zishan Makoto was in a sorry state, but his gaze was still clear and calm. Duke Long, in history, he primarily cultivated Qi Path, but because of his lack of lifespan, he also cultivated Transformation Path. Zishan Makoto thought to himself, just his Transformation Path method is already so powerful, as expected of someone like Bo Qing. I should let him have a taste of this move first. Thinking of this, Zishan Makoto's body suddenly stopped. He agilely changed his direction and flew upwards. At the same time, he flicked his fingers like he was plucking a string. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Endless purple starlight specks shot out from his fingertips, tearing through the sky and flying towards Duke Long. These starlight specks were dazzling. Not only were they extremely fast, they even left behind trails of light that were tens of feet long in the sky. It was very beautiful. Duke Long grunted. He felt that these small purple starlight specks were not simple. He quickly used his offensive methods to face them. But the purple starlight specks were very agile. They directly dodged and passed through the gaps in Duke Long's attacks, attacking Duke Long again. Duke Long saw this and praised inwardly. As expected of a wisdom path cultivator, most of his immortal killer moves are flexible and changeable, especially this move. It can be said to be outstanding among them. In this aspect, I cannot compare to him. Wisdom Path GU Immortals had many thoughts. They were most skilled at manipulating immortal killer moves and making complex attacks with many variations. Why should I waste time on him? Playing to my strengths and avoiding my weaknesses is a wise move. Duke Long did not care about these purple starlight specks. He relied on his powerful defense to charge forward amidst the starlight specks. Seeing this, Zishan Makoto's eyes flashed with a mysterious light. He finally fell for my trap. It turned out that his killer move had another layer of profundity. After coming into contact with any immortal killer move, it could transmit some trivial information to Zishan Makoto's mind. Countless fragmented pieces of information continuously merged together to form the profundity of the opponent's immortal killer move. As long as he gathered enough information, Zishan Makoto could counter Duke Long's defensive methods and counterattack. Duke Long chose to counterattack after confirming the extent of the purple starlight speck's offense. This was no doubt what Zishan Makoto wanted. Zishan Makoto felt a headache towards Duke Long's defenses. Gathering information needed time. Zishan Makoto used another immortal killer move. He pushed with both palms. A large amount of clouds and mist appeared, blocking Duke Long's advance. Duke Long's dragon pupils shined with sharp light. He took a few glances and immediately saw the effect of this immortal killer move. He laughed out loud and directly charged into the light purple mist. In an instant, He could not distinguish north from south, he completely lost his sense of direction. Duke Long stopped and floated on the spot. He opened his mouth and let out a loud dragon roar. The dragon roar resounded in all directions. The light purple mist continued to disperse until it dissipated. Duke Long saw Zishan Makoto again. He was still retreating, trying to pull apart the distance between him and Duke Long. Duke Long smiled and suddenly vanished. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Zishan Makoto. "Eat my fist!" Duke Long shouted and punched with his right fist without any fancy moves. This was not an immortal killer move. In such a short period of time, Duke Long still needed to concentrate and maintain his defensive killer moves, so he did not use any other immortal killer moves. However, with the strength of his current physical body, this ordinary straight punch was still very lethal. Bam! Zishan Makoto could not dodge in time and was hit by Duke Long's punch. But his chest that was hit shone with profound light. It did not cause much damage to him. Zishan Makoto naturally had outstanding defensive methods. After Duke Long's punch landed, Zishan Makoto was unscathed. He even used the force of this punch to retreat rapidly. But at the next moment, Duke Long appeared beside Zishan Makoto again and punched. Bam! The same scene happened again, but Duke Long persevered. No matter how far Zishan Makoto flew, he seemed to be able to teleport over and punch Zishan Makoto. Duke Long's punches were like a tidal wave, unceasing. Fist shadows flew all over the place and enveloped Zishan Makoto. Zishan Makoto was like a rubber ball that was sent flying by Duke Long. He could only take the beating passively. Zishan Makoto's body continued to shine with mystical lights, resisting Duke Long's punches. Duke Long's punches soon became no longer simple. Chaotic Dragon Fist. An immortal killer move was activated. But the effect was not good. Duke Long thought, "My chaotic dragon fist can cause chaos in the opponent's mind once it hits them. My punches are unceasing, the opponent's thoughts are often chaotic and they can only take the beating passively. But if it's used on him, it won't work at all." At Duke Long's level, he could already comprehend other things by analogy. Duke Long's transformation path killer moves had the effect of wisdom path. But when used on a wisdom path GU immortal like Zishan Makoto, it was like displaying one slight skill before an expert. When Duke Long dealt with other enemies, he could often use chaotic dragon fist to beat them to death. But against Zishan Makoto, he could only gain the upper hand. While Duke Long was probing Zishan Makoto's wisdom path attainment, Zishan Makoto was also analyzing Duke Long. Even though he was taking the beating, his mind was calm as ice. He did not show any signs of panic. Wisdom path had three main points: thoughts, wills, and emotions. Zishan Makoto naturally had methods to get rid of some negative emotions in battle. Duke Long's movement technique is clearly an immortal killer move that allows him to teleport continuously. His dragon eyes are also activating another immortal killer move at all times. Its investigative ability is very strong. Chapter 1372. At the next moment, Zishan Makoto suddenly snapped his fingers. An immortal killer move was activated. Purple light quickly spread to the surrounding thousands of steps. Duke Long's figure stopped. He could no longer use teleportation to get close to Zishan Makoto. "I was seen through." His reaction is really fast. Wisdom Path GU immortals are as troublesome as ever. Duke Long stopped attacking, sighing internally. His movement killer move was activated based on the dragon roar earlier. He could use his killer move to teleport to the places that the dragon roar had once covered. Of course, this had a time limit. Zishan Makoto saw through this. He quickly used wisdom path methods to simulate the effect of sound path, purifying the surrounding environment. Duke Long's movement skill had no use now, it lost its effect. In that case, let's try this move. Duke Long floated in the air, his mouth slightly opened. Two of his teeth suddenly fell off, and they expanded rapidly with the wind. In the blink of an eye, the two teeth turned into snow-white dragon teeth that resembled scimitars. Duke Long breathed in deeply. After preparing for a few breaths of time, he suddenly activated an immortal killer move. Spiraling Dragon Teeth. Two snow-white dragon teeth shot out rapidly. Their speed greatly surpassed Zishan Makoto. they quickly caught up. The dragon teeth were like scimitars, they continuously moved around Zishan Makoto. Every time they slashed, a dazzling light would appear on Zishan Makoto's body. You want to use this method to restrain me? Dragon teeth are solid, they are different from ordinary killer moves. Zishan Makoto immediately felt the pressure increasing. The dragon teeth's attack power was no small matter. Zishan Makoto quickly realized that he had to unravel this immortal killer move as soon as possible. Lord Z has already used his old techniques, but is still gradually being pushed into a disadvantageous position by Duke Long as Ying Wuxie flew. He paid attention to the battle between Zishan Makoto and Duke Long. His view was very good. In such a complicated battle environment, he could actually see the battle of two rank 8 GU immortals. So far, both sides were still probing each other. It was obvious that Duke Long was stronger than Zishan Makoto. In terms of combat power, Duke Long was comparable to Bo Qing, while Zishan Makoto was naturally weaker. Even though the latter was at the peak of rank 8 battle strength, Lord Z's strength will continue to weaken, because he has to constantly use immortal killer moves to create incomplete pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to open dream realms. This process required him to continuously divide his own soul. It was extremely painful. Ying Wuxie was deeply worried. Zishan Makoto was not Duke Long's match to begin with, and now he had to continuously create pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. When Zishan Makoto's methods were discovered by Duke Long, Zishan Makoto would be defeated. Quick, 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 Ying Wuxie urged himself. He naturally would not tell Fang Yuan about this. Even though both sides wanted to cooperate, they had not signed any information path alliance agreement. Ying Wuxie still did not trust Fang Yuan. But to sign an alliance agreement, not to mention that the current situation did not allow it, even if the situation allowed it, Fang Yuan would not dare to sign it. Both sides wanted to cooperate, but they did not trust each other. Because of the huge enemy, the Celestial Court, they had no choice but to cooperate. Found it, southeast of you, there is a cocoon of light that is about to form, quickly go there. At this time, Fang Yuan's voice could be heard. Ying Wuxie took a look and hesitated. If he followed Fang Yuan's directions, he would have to go deep into Southern Border's Righteous Path territory. There were many Southern Border Righteous Path GU immortals there. Was Fang Yuan reliable? Was this a trap to lure him? Ying Wuxie's hesitation was unavoidable. If I wanted to harm you, I would have killed you earlier. Fang Yuan's words could be heard again, as if he knew Ying Wuxie's thoughts. Ying Wuxie had to admit that Fang Yuan was right, but he soon thought, maybe, Fang Yuan does not want me to die, but wants to capture me alive. To capture me alive, he would need to make some arrangements. There might be a GU formation or a battlefield killer move there. But this time, Ying Wuxie shook his head, no longer hesitating. He wanted to take a gamble. At this moment, he had to take the gamble. Following the direction Fang Yuan pointed, he flew towards it. Soon, he encountered a Southern Border Righteous Path GU immortal. Oh no! Ying Wuxie's heart jumped. That Southern Border Righteous Path GU immortal also discovered him. But just as he was about to pounce on Ying Wuxie, his expression suddenly changed. After hesitating for a moment, he flew away with a strange expression, opening a path. How can this be? Ying Wuxie was shocked. This was the second time. Could it be that he was also Fang Yuan's man? But if he was, his expression did not seem right. It was very strange, like he was unwilling, but also somewhat angry. Ying Wuxie became more confused as he thought about it. He continued to move forward. Third, fourth. He encountered two more Southern Border Righteous Path GU immortals, but they both retreated on their own. This was naturally the result of Fang Yuan's manipulation. He used the reason of looking at the big picture to mobilize the Southern Border Righteous Path GU immortals. The reason was very simple. For example, that place needs you more, a friend from a certain place is in danger, if you don't go, he will die, and don't bother with this mere rank 6 immortal zombie, I have already arranged for people to deal with him. All these reasons allowed Ying Wuxie's advance to be extremely smooth. No one could have expected that Wu Yihai would collude with Shadow Sect. Who among the Southern Border Righteous Path GU immortals could have thought of this? At this moment, the celestial court had not publicly announced Fang Yuan's true identity. With Fang Yuan's help, Ying Wuxie got closer to his destination. There is a cocoon of light forming here. The rank 7 expert Yi Hei Ting suddenly had an unexpected discovery. Lightning burst out of his body, bringing him towards the cocoon of light. Stop! Ying Wuxie, who had just arrived, saw this and shouted anxiously. Yi Hei Ting was also curious. Who is this? He actually got so deep into this place. Ying Wuxie's shout did not disturb him. He was already very close to the cocoon of light. He was about to succeed. But at the next moment, Yi Hei Ting's vision changed. He was forcefully teleported into the Super GU formation. Lord Wu Yi Hai, I was about to. Yi Hei Ting reacted and shouted. This was simply a useless teammate. He was about to succeed. I know, but there is a place that needs your battle strength. Don't worry, I noticed that cocoon of light and the enemy long ago. I will deal with it. Fang Yuan interrupted Yi Hei Ting's words. Yi Hei Ting wanted to speak again, but his vision changed again. This time, he was teleported to another place. This Wu Yi Hai, he thinks he can use me as a pawn just because he is controlling the GU formation. Yi Hei Ting was very unhappy, but he did not suspect Fang Yuan's true intentions. Fang Yuan did not teleport him away. Beside him, there was a southern border GU immortal who was about to be killed by Fairy Miao Yin. Yi Hei Ting quickly joined the battle, throwing his displeasure towards Fang Yuan to the back of his mind. Ying Wuxie felt like he was in a dream. Seeing that Yi Hei Ting was going to attack the cocoon of light, he had almost lost all hope. But at the next moment, he went from hell to heaven. This change was too sudden. It was a pleasant surprise. Ying Wuxie was a little dazed. When he reacted, he used an information path GU worm to contact Fang Yuan, shouting, You are actually controlling the Super GU formation. What is your identity now? Fang Yuan knew that he could not hide it now. He exposed it. What other identity can I have? The current Wu Yi Hai is me. Ying Wuxie heard this and his eyes almost popped out. This answer was too shocking. When did it happen, and what method did Fang Yuan use to infiltrate to this extent? After accepting this reality, Ying Wuxie came to a realization. No wonder these southern border righteous path GU immortals took the initiative to retreat. And their expressions, Ying Wuxie felt it was quite funny. But soon, Ying Wuxie's heart jumped again. Fang Yuan has unraveled dream. He has been hiding here for so long without anyone discovering him. He must be plotting something. There must be a huge gain. So close. If not for Lord Zi's meticulous planning and catching the righteous path off guard, with Fang Yuan here, it would have been a huge problem for our shadow sect. Ying Wuxie's emotions continued to change. After shock, realization, and palpitation, he finally arrived in front of the cocoon of light. This aura. This is rank 7 cocoon of light. Ying Wuxie was excited. How can I be wrong with my choice? Why aren't you taking action? Fang Yuan smiled. Ying Wuxie nodded, immediately activating an immortal killer move. This killer move took effect quickly. In an instant, the cocoon of light that had yet to form stabilized and condensed. Ying Wuxie's soul and GU worms entered the cocoon of light. And his rank 6 immortal zombie body was directly abandoned. The cocoon of light broke. Rank 7 Ying Wuxie appeared. Don't resist, I will send you on your way. Fang Yuan's voice resounded. Ying Wuxie obeyed. At the next moment, Ying Wuxie was teleported far away. He saw Duke Long and Zishan Makoto fighting intensely. Without hesitation, Ying Wuxie activated his trump card. Immortal killer move lead soul into dream. Duke Long's expression changed. In an instant, he fell into his own dream. At once, he lost control of the outside world. Zishan Makoto was stunned. What's going on? Is this a scheme? But soon, he received Ying Wuxie's transmission. I am here, Lord Z. I am now a rank 7 Dream Path GU Immortal. Good. Zishan Makoto was overjoyed. His plan was finally activated. There were some twists and turns in the process. I was able to exchange for the immortal body with Fang Yuan's help. He is currently using Wu Yihai's identity to control Southern Border's Super GU formation. He wants to cooperate with you.
Oh.
Zishan Makoto's eyes shined with bright light. Good, send my information path GU worm to him. I need to talk to him directly. Chapter 1373. Duke Long entered Dream. After obtaining the rank 7 immortal body, he burst out with immense strength. He changed the situation of the rank 8 GU immortals with one move. Duke Long fell into a dream realm, unable to get out. Purple Mountain True Monarch used this chance to retaliate fiercely. Rumble, explosions could be heard continuously, but countless dragon shadows appeared on Duke Long's body. There were also countless moving dragon-shaped tattoos on his skin. Such a powerful defensive killer move. Zishan Makoto could not do anything to Duke Long at this moment. Like Zishan Makoto, Duke Long had many defensive methods, among which were many outstanding killer moves. These killer moves were similar to Bai Chen Tian's Proud Wood Armor killer move. This killer move would turn into Dao marks and be engraved on the GU Immortal's body. Normally, it would remain hidden, but once it was attacked, the killer move would activate on its own. It did not require the GU Immortal's thoughts to control it, it only required the GU Immortal's immortal essence. This was similar to Fang Yuan's Ghostly Concealment. Ghostly Concealment was also a top-tier killer move, created by thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. But this move was even more outstanding than Bai Chen Tian's Wood Armor, Duke Long, and Zishan Makoto's defensive methods. Because Ghostly Concealment was not only self-contained, it could be used at all times. And most importantly, it did not expend any immortal essence. A killer move that could be activated continuously without using any immortal essence. This was thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's supreme method. In the eyes of the 10 great sects of Central Continent, Fang Yuan, and the others, it was unimaginable. They could not decipher its profundity. Whoosh whoosh. 2 rays of white light rotated as they landed on Zishan Makoto's body. It was the spiraling Dragon Fang killer move that Duke Long used earlier. After 2 rays of light, these 2 Dragon Fangs returned, but they still circled around Zishan Makoto, waiting for a chance to attack again. This killer move does not need a GU Immortal to control it. How troublesome. Zishan Makoto frowned slightly. Fortunately, I've been activating the Purple Thought Insight Spiritual Starlight all this time, Zishan Makoto shouted, and countless starlight rays shot out from the pores all over his body. Starlight flew out, circling around Duke Long and shooting at him. When the starlight landed on Duke Long's body, it was destroyed by the layers of defense on his body. But then, a series of information was instilled into Zishan Makoto's mind. Quick, kill him. Ying Wu Xie shouted in his heart as he watched the battle from afar. Inside the Super GU formation, Fang Yuan was also paying close attention to Zishan Makoto's battle. How stubborn. Fallen Demon Dao, you are beyond redemption. Fairy Myrtle's voice came from the Super GU formation again. Fang Yuan helped Ying Wu Xie and indirectly caused Duke Long to enter the dream. Fairy Myrtle saw all of this. However, if you think Lord Duke Long will fail because of this, you are gravely mistaken. Saying so, Fairy Myrtle laughed lightly. I have to thank you for activating the Super GU formation several times, allowing me to see through many principles of the GU formation. Don't you feel that this Super GU formation is gradually losing control of you? The corrosion is indeed increasing, but you don't need to bluff. Fang Yuan sneered. Fairy Myrtle was stunned. Huh? Although you came with great momentum this time, your true battle strength is only at this level, right? Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light. In fact, as long as we send another rank 8 GU immortal like you, we can sweep the battlefield. Unfortunately, Heaven Overseeing Tower has not sent one yet. On the contrary, you have to secretly infiltrate the Super GU formation from the back. Duke Long will also have to personally participate in the battle. Even if you know my true identity, you did not publicize it and let it be exposed. Other than not having any evidence, your plan is to borrow Southern Border's Righteous Path strength to deal with Shadow Sect together, right? Of course, there is another reason. Even if my identity is exposed, Southern Border's righteous path will be convinced, but this super GU formation is still in my hands. This crucial point will not change because of my exposure. You infiltrated the super GU formation because you want to control this huge bargaining chip. All of this shows that your celestial court is all bark and no bite. You do not have many powerful rank 8 battle strength. Fairy Myrtle became silent. She could not help but recall a scene from many days ago. Back then, she was researching star constellation chessboard. This immortal GU house had always been kept in Celestial Court's treasury. Only after Duke Long woke up did he have the authority to take it out and let Fairy Myrtle use it. During the process of using it, Fairy Myrtle could feel the supreme profundity of this immortal GU house. This immortal GU house is indeed worthy of being a wisdom path immortal GU house created by Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It can actually increase my deduction ability by several times. Thinking of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Fairy Myrtle had a look of yearning and admiration. Her wisdom path deduction ability was very powerful to begin with. Suddenly increasing by several times, it almost gave Fairy Myrtle the illusion that she had ascended to the current era. Unfortunately, even though my deduction ability is strong, I still need crucial clues. There are too few clues, it is hard to deduce. Fairy Myrtle's expression dimmed slightly. She thought of not long ago, when the Central Continent GU Immortals were chased by old ancestor Shwer Hu and Longevity Heaven. Because of Longevity Heaven's methods, they concealed the clues. Fairy Myrtle could not deduce the location of the Central Continent GU Immortals. Thus, without knowing the direction and location of the reinforcements, it was hard to send them. Then, she thought of Fang Yuan. All along, the Celestial Court had been trying to kill this person. But they had always lacked crucial clues. When making deductions, because Fang Yuan had defensive methods, he could hold on for some time and give timely warnings. Thus, Fang Yuan's whereabouts were not in the Celestial Court's control. Fairy Myrtle sighed faintly. Right at this time, Star Constellation chessboard in her hand started to devour her immortal essence. It started to move on its own. Providence burst out of Star Constellation chessboard. It floated in the air and turned into Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's appearance. Seeing this, Fairy Myrtle was very shocked. Star Constellation chessboard had always been Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's possession, even though she had died long ago. The reason why Fairy Myrtle could use this immortal GU house was because she had borrowed it. Ziwei, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has descended. Are you not going to greet her? Duke Long arrived in time, appearing behind Fairy Myrtle. But this is Providence. As a Wisdom Path GU Immortal, Fairy Myrtle could naturally see the essence of this will. Of course it is Providence. But you are too young, you do not know this secret. Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has already assimilated with Providence. Even though her immortal body is gone, her will has always been lingering in the 5 regions of heaven and earth. She is already one with heaven and earth. Duke Long's words were shocking, he did not stop there. Fairy Myrtle's expression was dazed, she was extremely shocked. In this case, doesn't that mean Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has eternal life? If Providence is Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, doesn't that mean the whole world is standing on the Celestial Court side? But Duke Long shook his head and sighed. It should be said that the Celestial Court is standing on Providence's side. After assimilating with Providence, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is no longer the original her. This is a great sacrifice. In the past, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sacrificed herself to change Providence for the sake of humanity. Since then, Providence has been manifested in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's form, but it is still Providence in essence. Fairy Myrtle's gaze flickered. She was a Wisdom Path GU Immortal, she immediately understood. In the past, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sacrificed herself for the sake of humanity and assimilated with Providence. The essence of Providence did not change, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable changed some things. For example, the appearance of Providence, or maybe, there was also a trace of humanistic care towards the Celestial Court. This might be the reason why the Celestial Court followed Providence's path all the way until now, even after so many years. The Great Era is coming, the 5 regions will merge into one. Fate has already reached a crucial juncture. The will of the stars spoke as he stretched out his right hand. Providence flew out of his right hand and floated in the air, turning into the image of a southern border super GU formation. Here, a crucial battle is about to begin. The result of this battle will influence the whole world. Spectral Soul is already extremely weak. Shadow Sect's remnant forces have gathered here. There is also Fang Yuan. He is impersonating Wu Yihai and is hiding in Southern Border's righteous path. These are a group of people who defy fate. They are the source of chaos. If we get rid of them, we can repair Fate Immortal GU better. However, this time, the Celestial Court will only allow the 2 of you to fight. The will of the stars spoke slowly. Why? Fairy Myrtle did not understand. The foundation of the Celestial Court was very deep. They had discovered the Battle of Yi Tian Mountain too late. The rank 8 GU immortals of the Celestial Court were not enough to turn the situation around. Now that they received the reminder from the will of the stars, they had plenty of time. The Celestial Court had a lot of time to prepare. The Celestial Court could gather more forces and suppress them. But the will of the stars told Fairy Myrtle and Duke Long that only the 2 of them were allowed to fight. This is something that is destined to happen. After the Battle of Yi Tian Mountain, the change in fate has greatly weakened. Fate Immortal GU has recovered. Fate has regained control of the universe. The 2 of you will definitely win this time. Do not disturb the existence of the Celestial Court and the hibernation of the GU Immortals. They have more important uses. The foundation of the Celestial Court cannot be reduced, otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Bring Heaven Overseeing Tower and Star Constellation Chessboard. Do not use the GU Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great sects. Make sure to preserve their lives. In the next 10 years, the Celestial Court needs more rank 8 GU Immortals to hibernate. Remember this, remember this. The will of the stars explained a lot. Fairy Myrtle obtained a lot of information, but these made her even more puzzled. She found that even though she was a member of the Celestial Court, she knew too little about the Celestial Court. Although this colossus had an extremely deep foundation, it was not like she had imagined. It could do whatever it wanted. Chapter 1374. The Celestial Court had some misgivings, but the will of the stars did not clearly tell them what these misgivings were. After the will of the stars spoke, it dissipated into the air. Ziwei, don't look at me like that. Although I have a long lifespan, the secrets I know are not as many as you think. To tell you the truth, this is the second time in my life that I have seen the will of the stars descend on their own. Duke Long sighed deeply. After pausing for a while, he continued, we need to believe in the will of the stars and do as it says. We will definitely win this time. This is destined. Duke Long's unwavering emotions affected Fairy Myrtle. Afterwards, the Celestial Court acted according to the instructions of the will of the stars. Duke Long and the rest did not go against it at all. Heaven Overseeing Tower was obstructed several times by Zishan Makoto while traveling in White Heaven. It carried Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, and many GU immortals from the 10 great ancient sects to participate in this crucial battle. Fang Yuan's analysis was not wrong. Even though Fang Yuan could not understand why the Celestial Court did not send more GU immortals, this did not hinder him from seeing through the details of the Celestial Court. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan made the decision to use the Super GU formation to help Ying Wuxie, thus affecting the battle between Zishan Makoto and Duke Long. Using Jewel Yellow Skies, Fang Yuan successfully obtained an information path GU worm from Ying Wuxie. This information path GU worm could directly communicate with Zishan Makoto. Fang Yuan helped Ying Wuxie gain the trust of the Shadow Sect, otherwise, how could he have gotten this GU worm? This GU worm had a close connection with Zishan Makoto. With it, it was equivalent to grasping a key clue, and it would be easier to deduce Zishan Makoto's whereabouts. Therefore, this kind of thing had always been kept strictly. Because of this special situation, Zishan Makoto handed the information path GU worm to Fang Yuan. If it were any other time, both sides would have to establish an information path alliance. The moment he obtained the information path GU worm, Zishan Makoto contacted Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, I have to thank you. Zishan Makoto is a good name. Thank you for giving me this name. I like it very much. Fang Yuan himself did not expect that the lie he had used to deceive Tai by Yunsheng would become reality one day. Zishan Makoto had very experienced interpersonal skills. This opening speech eliminated the estrangement between him and Fang Yuan, greatly pulling their relationship closer. Fang Yuan smiled. Then I will call you Zishan Makoto. You have already received my sincerity. Our cooperation is not just a one-sided investment. Now, it is time for you to express your sincerity. Zishan Makoto attacked Duke Long fiercely while replying, All right, what do you want? He knew that the strength Fang Yuan possessed was crucial in the current situation, so he did not hesitate. Fang Yuan immediately said, Heavenly crystals. I need large amounts of heavenly crystals. Heavenly crystals were too difficult to obtain. Although they were sold in jewel yellow skies, they were very rare and the quantity was very small, completely unable to satisfy Fang Yuan's needs. But Shadow Sect had them. Fang Yuan did not doubt this. Although Shadow Sect was in ruins and suffered great losses, they did not lack resources. Fang Yuan could clearly sense this from his repeated pursuit of Ying Wuxie and the others. As expected, Zishan Makoto immediately agreed, Sure, I do have large amounts of heavenly crystals, I can give them to you to express my sincerity. You want heavenly crystals to mature the upper extreme heavenly eagle, right? Your idea is very reliable. Reverse flow protection seal cannot be used casually. But even if the upper extreme heavenly eagle matures into a true immemorial desolate beast, it will not be under your control. I know your enslavement path methods very well. But don't worry, I still have a method for you to control the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Zishan Makoto's words made Fang Yuan overjoyed and inwardly praised Zishan Makoto's prowess. Zishan Makoto was very magnanimous, directly giving up heavenly crystals in exchange for Fang Yuan's support without hesitation. He was in a passive position, thus he said the latter part, using the method to control the upper extreme heavenly eagle to entice Fang Yuan. This was turning from defense to offense, taking the initiative from passivity. As expected of a rank 8 wisdom path GU immortal, his words were filled with wisdom, making Fang Yuan feel the scent of a formidable opponent. Fang Yuan was silent for a while before saying, It is not impossible to add another method to control the upper extreme heavenly eagle. But right now, there is something more important to do. He said this as if he really had a method to control the immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle. This made Zishan Makoto feel that he did not have much bargaining chips. Zishan Makoto laughed. What is more important? It is to stop the battle between our two sides. Fang Yuan said. This matter was beneficial to Shadow Sect and Fang Yuan, but it was not beneficial to Celestial Court. Immediately, Zishan Makoto ordered to recall the remaining GU immortals of Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan also ordered. Even though the southern border GU immortals did not understand, because of Fang Yihai's identity and the fact that he controlled the GU formation, they chose to obey. Both sides started to retreat, separating from each other. Shadow Sect suffered more losses, only Ying Wuxie, Bai Ning Bing, He Lulan, Fairy Miao Yin, and some others were left. Southern Border's Righteous Path suffered losses, but it was not a big deal, they still had quite a large force. However, Shadow Sect's pure dream reality seeker physique bodies continued to break out of their cocoons, their forces continued to grow while the dream realms continued to disappear. This situation was the most disadvantageous to Celestial Court. The difference in strength between both sides is starting to shrink. How will Celestial Court deal with this? Fang Yuan paid attention to Celestial Court's movements. Duke Long continued to sleep, while Fairy Myrtle accelerated her invasion of the Super GU formation. Heaven Overseeing Tower was still fighting with Zhuyi Hui. Boom! Zhuyi Hui jumped up, waving its left claw and slamming Heaven Overseeing Tower to the ground. Heaven Overseeing Tower flickered with pure white light, it was not damaged. Zhuyi Hui opened its mouth and spat out a Grey Knight killer move. Heaven Overseeing Tower activated Fate Vanquish again. The two killer moves collided, Grey Knight dissipated in the white light, Zhuyi Hui's bones were broken, it was sent flying far away. But almost at the next moment, it used an immortal killer move, all of its damage disappeared. Returning to its peak state, Zhuyi Hui growled again. It attacked Heaven Overseeing Tower with hatred and anger. A sigh came from Heaven Overseeing Tower, and then it rose into the sky. Zhuyi Hui also had a flying killer move. It flew into the sky and chased after Heaven Overseeing Tower. The Central Continent GU immortals in the tower had nervous and anxious expressions. Damn it! This immemorial desolate beast has thick skin and flesh, it can use killer moves, Heaven Overseeing Tower cannot do anything to it in the short term. What do we do? Lord Duke Long was plotted against, he fell into a dream realm and is attacked by that rank 8 demon. Get out! We need to send reinforcements to reinforce Lord Duke Long. If this continues, it will not be good. But before Lord Duke Long left, he instructed us to stay inside Heaven Overseeing Tower and not move around alone. That was then and this is now. We have rank 8 GU immortals too, and Lord Duke Long is in danger, he has lost control of the situation. If we do not send reinforcements, Lord Duke Long will be in danger. After some discussion, Heaven Overseeing Tower attacked fiercely, forcing Zhuyi Hui back temporarily, creating a chance. 2 Central Continent GU immortals used this chance to fly out of Heaven Overseeing Tower, rushing towards Duke Long. Ha ha ha, 2 rats came out. Zhuyi Hui laughed, its eyes shining with a ruthless light. It suddenly opened its bloody mouth. The 2 Central Continent GU immortals' bodies froze, like they had encountered a natural enemy, an immense sense of danger engulfed them, they could not control themselves. Crack! Zhuyi Hui slammed its mouth shut. It was clearly far away from the 2 Central Continent GU immortals, but when it bit, it felt like it was biting these 2 Central Continent GU immortals. A stream of blood flowed out from the corner of its mouth. At the same time, the 2 Central Continent GU immortals were bleeding profusely, there were terrifying wounds all over their bodies, their organs were pierced by sharp weapons, their bodies were completely mutilated. This is a food path killer move. It is hard to defend against. Zhuyi Hui has human intelligence, it knows how to avoid the enemy's weakness. Quick, bring these 2 back. Heaven Overseeing Tower quickly tried to save them. Thankfully, the 2 Central Continent rank 8s had powerful methods to save themselves, they barely escaped with their lives, they were not eaten by Zhuyi Hui. After surviving, the Central Continent GU immortals realized how terrifying Zhuyi Hui was. As expected of the legendary immemorial desolate beast, reckless savage. How can we save Lord Duke Long now? Bring Heaven Overseeing Tower in. It is too dangerous. If we get sent into a dream realm and lose Heaven Overseeing Tower, can we bear the responsibility? Right when the Central Continent GU immortals were at their wits' end, Duke Long was in the greatest danger in history. Zishan Makoto's killer move finally took effect, he broke through Duke Long's defensive methods. Get rid of them. Zishan Makoto flew to Duke Long's side, breathing out a mouthful of purple chi. This mystical aura enveloped Duke Long's body, breaking apart the layers of defenses on his body. Immortal killer move, will unraveling. Die. Zishan Makoto's eyes shined with purple light, he used a killer move on Duke Long. But at this moment, Duke Long opened his eyes. Boom. There was an earth-shattering explosion. Zishan Makoto flew out of the dust cloud, while Duke Long stood on the spot. He had woken up. How did he escape so quickly? Ying Wuxie was shocked, he quickly used lead soul into dream again. Zishan Makoto felt something amiss, Duke Long's awakening was too much of a coincidence, he wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Duke Long vanished instantly, Ying Wuxie suffered the backlash of the killer move. He had actually fallen into a dream. This move seems to be called lead soul into dream. It is a good move indeed. Unfortunately, if I had more time, I would have been able to understand its profundity. Duke Long spoke slowly. Zishan Makoto's vigilant expression was reflected in his cold dragon eyes. Duke Long continued, "As for you, if you only have these methods, you will not be able to take my next move. Because this was created by primordial origin immortal Venerable. Chapter 1375. After Duke Long said this, his aura suddenly changed. He had just repelled Zishan Makoto, and also caused Ying Wuxie's lead soul into Dream to fail. His aura was shocking. He was like a giant dragon that was charging into the sky. But now, his aura was starting to fall bit by bit. It was not appropriate to say that it was falling. Instead, it was tamping down and condensing. His majestic aura was becoming more and more condensed. After a few breaths of time, Duke Long's aura was completely restrained. His entire being was like a bottomless abyss, mysterious and unfathomable. Zishan Makoto was on high alert. In his senses, Duke Long in this state was far more dangerous than Duke Long with his earth-shattering aura. Roar. Duke Long opened his mouth and let out a dragon roar. Next, his entire body vanished on the spot. Oh no! Zishan Makoto's heart sank. Duke Long was using the same trick. He had once used this method to move towards Zishan Makoto and use Chaotic Dragon Fist to suppress Zishan Makoto. If it were an ordinary GU immortal, even if they saw through Duke Long's plan, they might not be able to react in time. But Zishan Makoto was different. He cultivated wisdom path and could think very quickly. Almost at the same time as Duke Long roared, Zishan Makoto had already finished thinking and made a response. In the previous fight, Zishan Makoto had seen through the profundity of Duke Long's teleportation. He used the same trick now and purified the surrounding dragon roar. Sure enough, at the next moment, Duke Long's teleportation ended and he reappeared in front of Zishan Makoto. But this time, he did not succeed in getting close. He was still several hundred steps away from Zishan Makoto. But for Duke Long, this distance was enough. Human Chi return. He shouted and waved at Zishan Makoto. His gesture of welcoming was ordinary and unremarkable, as if a friend was casually greeting him. However, Zishan Makoto was hit hard in an instant. A large amount of human energy gushed out from his body and rushed uncontrollably towards Duke Long. In the blink of an eye, it entered Duke Long's palm and quickly disappeared. With such a huge loss of popularity, Zishan Makoto's eye sockets immediately sunk. His face suddenly became incomparably pale, and his originally bright purple hair became dull and dull. A feeling of weakness from the bottom of his heart filled Zishan Makoto's entire body. In the depth of Zishan Makoto's eyes, a light of fear flashed. When he heard Duke Long's shout, he immediately thought of a famous Chi Path killer move. Triple Chi Reversion. This killer move was created by primordial origin immortal Venerable. It had two well-known characteristics. The first was that it was very hard to practice. This killer move was extremely complex. The GU worms were huge in scale, and there were so many steps to activate them that even Wisdom Path GU immortals would feel dizzy. The second characteristic was that there was a huge risk. Because the killer move itself was very complex, if the GU immortal made a slight mistake when activating it, it would result in failure and backlash, harming the user. If the killer move was activated successfully and could not hit the enemy, this killer move would return and harm the user. Triple Chi Reversion's destructive power was extremely terrifying. This had to be explained from Immortal Ascension. When mortals ascended to Immortal, they focused on the three Chi, Heaven Chi, Earth Chi, and Human Chi. The GU Master continued to cultivate from rank 1 to rank 5, accumulating Human Chi in the process. When they ascended to Immortal, the GU Master would absorb Heaven and Earth Chi, fusing the three Chi into one. The GU Master would adjust it meticulously before using their vital GU to detonate and create an immortal aperture. The more human Chi the GU Master had, the more Heaven and Earth Chi they could fuse. The immortal aperture that they created would be of a higher grade. Normally speaking, having one of the 10 extreme physiques meant having dense human Chi, far surpassing mortals. Or the GU Master's own accumulation, no matter what path it was. As long as they had Grandmaster attainment level, they would have dense human Chi. After forming an immortal aperture, be it cultivating or managing the immortal aperture, the GU immortal would need to balance the three Chi. Heaven Chi, Earth Chi, Human Chi, none of them could be lacking, or the balance would be lost. For example, after Fang Yuan obtained a secluded domain of heaven and earth like Reverse Flow River, the sovereign immortal aperture's Heaven and Earth Chi was greatly depleted. He had to place his immortal aperture to absorb heaven and earth chi from the outside world to replenish the deficiency and maintain the balance of the three chi. Regarding the three chi, no matter which GU immortal, even Venerables, could not be careless. The 5 regions in the world had slight differences in heaven and earth chi. GU immortals who were not born and raised here would often cause damage to their immortal aperture if they absorbed the heaven and earth chi of other regions. Even though they could replenish it temporarily, it could only be used in emergencies. Once it was used many times, it would not work. GU immortals who died in other regions could also form blessed lands. For example, in the Battle of Luo Po Valley, many central continent GU immortals died in battle. Their immortal apertures formed blessed lands in northern plains. But because they absorbed the heaven and earth chi of other regions, the blessed land's foundation and resources would be greatly damaged. After saying so much, he wanted to say, heaven, earth, and human chi were very important to the immortal aperture and the GU immortal. Any slight difference would cause severe damage to the immortal aperture. And this immortal killer move, triple chi retraction, was created to target this point. It directly attacked the immortal aperture's foundation. It was a combination of consecutive moves and variant moves. Thus, the GU immortal who used this killer move needed to have very high technique. Triple chi retraction had 3 styles. First style, human chi retraction. After the target is hit, their human chi would be greatly affected, their foundation would be greatly reduced. Of course, if there was no human chi, like desolate beasts, this move would have no effect. Second style, earth chi retraction. If they were hit, the earth chi in the GU immortal's immortal aperture would be extracted crazily. The earth chi would be severely damaged, the balance of the 3 chi would be completely lost, and the immortal aperture would be in grave danger. Third style, heaven chi retraction. This was extracting heaven chi. After being hit by 3 moves, the immortal aperture would collapse instantly. Zishan Makoto retreated rapidly. He was already hit by human chi retraction. If he was hit by earth chi retraction as well, the disadvantage would be unbearable. Towards this move, even though Zishan Makoto knew its origin, this was the first time he was facing it, he could not break it in a short period of time. Because this move was very complex, the more complex an immortal killer move was, the more difficult it was to activate, but it was also harder for the enemy to break it. You can't generalize everything. Everything has its pros and cons. Since Zishan Makoto could not break it, he could only use his methods. His figure instantly split into many different forms. At once, he turned into hundreds of Zishan Makoto, spreading out and flying around. At the same time, his main body turned invisible, vanishing. Even though triple chi retraction was very powerful, if it could not hit its target, it would lose its effect. However, Duke Long was not moved. Zishan Makoto's response was within his expectations. Immediately, he sneered. His voice was not loud, but it spread to the whole battlefield. Too late, Zishan Makoto, you were hit by my human chi retraction. You will not be able to dodge my next 2 moves, you can only endure it. Come, earth chi retraction. Duke Long paused for a moment before summoning again. What he said was not a bluff. Duke Long was clearly not waving in the right direction. Duke Long did not deliberately investigate, he did not know where Zishan Makoto's main body was, but Zishan Makoto was still hit instantly. Zishan Makoto was moved. A vast amount of earth chi surged out of his immortal aperture like a surging river, surging into Duke Long's palm before being absorbed and vanishing. Zishan Makoto's immortal aperture was heavily damaged, its foundation was completely destroyed, the balance of 3 chi was already lost, the immortal aperture would collapse in a few breaths of time. At this time, Zishan Makoto had no choice but to make a choice. That was to place the aperture. Directly place the aperture here. This way, he could absorb heaven and earth chi and restore the balance of 3 chi. But Zishan Makoto immediately chose to give up on this choice. This was a terrible solution, because once Zishan Makoto placed the aperture, his main body would appear in his immortal aperture. It was like leaving the battlefield temporarily, he would lose his initiative. And most importantly, the grotto heaven of the immortal aperture could only absorb heaven and earth chi when the door was opened. This was a necessary channel of communication. But outside, there was still Duke Long eyeing him. If the immortal aperture's door was opened and Duke Long charged in, he could casually cause terrifying damage to the immortal aperture. And he could fight and retreat at will. Zishan Makoto would be trapped in his immortal aperture. Even if I place the aperture and restore the earth chi, my balance of 3 chi has already been lost, because there is too little human chi. And to restore human chi, I do not have the corresponding human path method. Only by purchasing large numbers of humans or variant humans can I do it. All sorts of thoughts flashed past Zishan Makoto's mind. In a short period of time, he made a decision. He suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed his abdomen. Next, his palm shined with a strange purple light as it rose inch by inch. His palm left his abdomen. Along with this action, his immortal aperture was taken out. Seeing this, Fang Yuan felt a sense of familiarity in his heart. He soon thought of Blazing Heaven Demonis. Blazing Heaven Demonis also had a move, that was to use fire path methods to take away other people's immortal apertures. This move had once left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. Why would Zishan Makoto use such a method? Fang Yuan was slightly puzzled, but soon understood. Blazing Heaven Demonis was a member of Zombie Alliance. Hei Lulan was firmly controlled by Shadow Sect. It was not strange for Zishan Makoto to have such a method. Furthermore, in the world, when cultivated to a high level, one could comprehend by analogy and achieve the same goal through different means. Zishan Makoto's move was clearly a wisdom path method. He might have invented it himself, or it might not be related to Blazing Heaven Demonis. Zishan Makoto resolutely took out his immortal aperture and placed it in the outside world. The immortal aperture's door opened and started to absorb earth chi. But the hope of this grotto heaven saving itself was very slim. Even if the earth chi was balanced, there was too little human chi. Chapter 1376. Zishan Makoto lost his immortal aperture. He also lost his cultivation foundation. Without an immortal aperture to manage, his future was bleak. Ignoring the future, just the present, his immortal aperture left his body and he lost a huge amount of Dao marks. Even though he stored most of his GU worms and immortal essence in his body, without the amplification of Dao marks, his battle strength fell to rock bottom. But there was no other way. Once Heaven Chi was extracted, Zishan Makoto's immortal aperture would collapse and form winds of assimilation. It would be even more dangerous, he might even lose his life. Triple Chi retraction was simply too powerful. It directly attacked a GU Immortal's foundation. Even the great Zishan Makoto was forced to give up his immortal aperture. It was like a martial arts expert who cultivated iron sand palm cutting off his own arms. Fang Yuan was watching the battle. He was also shocked at this scene. Since ancient times, there were only 10 people who managed to become venerable ones. When it came to the 10 existences, anything could become extraordinary. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's formless hands were like this, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's reincarnation battlefield was like this, and Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's triple chi retraction was also like this. What do I do? Fang Yuan thought about how to change the situation. He could not think of anything. The only thing he could do was rejoice. Rejoice that not long ago, Zishan Makoto had given him all the heavenly crystals. While controlling the Super GU formation to resist Fairy Myrtle's corrosion, Fang Yuan also started to mature the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. He had a lot of heavenly crystals this time, far more than the Heavenly Crystal Eagle nest. Thus, even if the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle grew to immemorial level, it would not starve to death like last time. As expected of Duke Long, Zishan Makoto praised Duke Long in admiration. Duke Long was simply too strong. He had quasi-rank 9 strength. He could directly crush ordinary rank 8 GU immortals. Only a peak rank 8 like Zishan Makoto, one of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main split souls, who had cultivated for 100,000 years and had such accumulations, had the qualifications to fight him. But after dozens of rounds, when Duke Long's probing ended and he realized that Zishan Makoto did not have any methods to counter him, he immediately used his Chi Path trump card. Triple Chi retraction was very powerful, But once such a powerful killer move was countered, the GU immortal who used it would be in a terrible state. It was like lifting a rock and smashing it on his own head. Thus, any GU immortal would be wary of this killer move. Just like how Fang Yuan would rather mature the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle than risk using the countercurrent protection seal. This battle can be considered as me bullying the strong. For a person like you, if you weren't a person who gave out random orders, perhaps we could still have a pleasant conversation. In this vast world, there are simply too few people who can catch my eye. However, I believe that in the near future, the entire world will become colorful and exciting. And I will be the person who will start this grand era. Duke Long sighed as he chased after Zishan Makoto. Zishan Makoto fought and retreated. He was at a complete disadvantage. He was hit by the first two styles of triple chi retraction. His strength fell greatly. He was not Duke Long's match to begin with. Now he was even worse off. Duke Long's attacks were relentless. He was almost above Zishan Makoto in all aspects. Zishan Makoto could only hold on bitterly. He had no choice but to stop activating the killer move to refine the pure dream reality seeker physique body. Ying Wuxie was still trapped in the dream realm. The other GU immortals could only watch without being able to help. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. His mood was very heavy. He quickly looked around the battlefield. Duke Long had a huge advantage. Zishan Makoto could no longer be counted on. Right now, he could only attack his weakness to alleviate the situation. However, Duke Long had already expected this when he mobilized his troops. The battle strength that he split out were all tough to deal with. Not mentioning Duke Long himself, Fairy Myrtle had star constellation chessboard. Heaven Overseeing Tower was also a solid block. Zhuo Yihui's attacks could only damage its edges. No matter how many southern border righteous path GU immortals there were, they could not interfere in a battle of this level. Oh no. This is not good. Once Zishan Makoto loses, the situation will tilt towards Celestial Court. By then, there is little hope of me retreating. Should I retreat now? Let's take a gamble. Let's see if Celestial Court has already thought of a way to deal with reverse flow protection seal. Fang Yuan could not help but hesitate. This was a difficult decision. But right at this time, the battle between Zishan Makoto and Duke Long changed again. One of the doors to a blessed land suddenly opened, and an enormous army of soul beasts charged out from within. Zishan Makoto relied on these soul beasts to block Duke Long's attacks. He quickly retreated towards the blessed land. This is Shadow Sect's blessed land. Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly as he saw this, emitting a piercing light. During the Battle of Yi Tian Mountain, Shadow Sect's blessed land was moved here by Shadow Sect. Shadow Sect's blessed land contained the door of life and death. Spectral soul charged out from it and resisted the heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations. He unleashed his might and slaughtered Celestial Court's GU immortals. He destroyed Heaven Overseeing Tower and refined Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU. After the Battle of Yi Tian Mountain, Shadow Sect's efforts failed. The fruits of their labor were seized by Fang Yuan. Dream realms spread everywhere. Shadow Sect's blessed land had to close its entrance and guard it tightly. Zishan Makoto led Shadow Sect to attack this place. He spent most of his time activating killer moves to condense dream realms and refine pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. He worked hard silently, unknowingly. He had already connected to the blessed land. The dream realms here were all gone. Thus, Shadow Sect's blessed land could open its entrance again. There were countless soul beasts hidden in the door of life and death. Zishan Makoto mobilized them to attack Duke Long. These soul beasts were of a shocking scale. Desolate beasts were everywhere. There was no lack of ancient desolate beasts. Even the aura of immemorial soul beasts could be vaguely seen. The soul beast army disregarded the sacrifices. They launched a suicidal attack on Duke Long. Zishan Makoto used the Soul Beast army's cover to pass through the Immortal Aperture's entrance, retreating into Shadow Sect's blessed land. The appearance of the Soul Beast army did not turn the situation around, but it gave Zishan Makoto a chance to catch his breath. Fang Yuan, quickly release your upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. What are you waiting for if not now? At the same time, Zishan Makoto continued to communicate with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered. This was already Zishan Makoto's 50th time urging. Ever since he was struck by the Chi Path Killer move, he had been urging Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan did not listen. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was his final trump card. Even if he could not control it, it was good to release it to create chaos. How could he release it just like Zishan Makoto wanted? Charge in, this blessed land is the Shadow Sect's headquarters. Fang Yuan thought to himself, he wanted Duke Long to charge in and fight to the death with Shadow Sect. He also wanted the Shadow Sect's blessed land to be filled with traps that could cause huge trouble for Duke Long. But Duke Long did not chase after them, he stopped in his tracks. Fang Yuan was disappointed, Zishan Makoto was even more flustered. Duke Long's lips curled up for the first time, he showed a smile of understanding. He suddenly turned around and charged towards a certain direction at lightning speed. You are finally willing to come out. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He shouted and attacked. Chi currents shot out and turned into a giant claw that grabbed at a certain part of the Soul Beast army. I am discovered. Zishan Makoto felt like he had fallen into an ice cave at this moment. From the Soul Beast army, a human-shaped soul suddenly appeared. He attacked Duke Long without dodging. Boom. Even the powerful Duke Long was sent flying, but that human-shaped soul remained unmoved. Ha ha ha. Duke Long coughed out blood but laughed loudly. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, you are truly extremely weak. Damn it. Zishan Makoto quickly rushed out to reinforce him. Panic appeared on his face for the first time. Fang Yuan finally understood everything. He came to a realization. The Shadow Sect is truly sinister. Zishan Makoto refined a large number of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. It seems like he wants Spectral Soul's main body to escape, but this is just a pretense. His true intention is to release the Soul Beast army for Spectral Soul to devour to strengthen himself. Spectral Soul had a supreme method to devour souls, only then could he recover his strength. He might even be able to help Zishan Makoto kill Duke Long, but all of this was predicted by Duke Long. Duke Long used this chance when Spectral Soul's main body was extremely weak to attack. Zishan Makoto had no choice but to reinforce him. Too late. Duke Long laughed as he waved his hand. Dragon claw marks tore through space, forcing Zishan Makoto to retreat. Duke Long attacked Spectral Soul's main body again. Chi currents surged like dragons, coiling around Spectral Soul's main body. Spectral Soul's main body was extremely strong. He could be considered a quasi-rank 9 immemorial soul beast. He could even use GU worms and the immortal essence he left behind in his life. But after the Battle of Yi Tian Mountain, Spectral Soul only had a trace of his remnant soul left. Even this remnant soul was constantly being worn down by the dream realms. The human-shaped soul roared again and again, resisting Duke Long's methods forcefully. Duke Long's dragon eyes shined with intense battle intent. You still want to resist me? Oh Spectral Soul, if you were a rank 9 when you were alive, I would definitely retreat. I would escape as far as I could. But now, you only have this remnant soul left. Your GU worms and immortal essence are not with you. I have been waiting for you for a long time. I will tell you the truth. This time, I am here to capture you alive. I will imprison you in the celestial court. I will let the world know of the authority and supreme glory of my celestial court. The human-shaped soul was still struggling as Zishan Makoto attacked Duke Long like a madman. Duke Long easily defended against the latter's attacks as he looked at the human-shaped soul with a burning gaze. He said proudly, still struggling pointlessly? Back then, even Red Lotus Demon Venerable was stopped by me. Now, surrender yourself. As he said that, Spectral Soul's main body could not resist Duke Long's methods. He was trapped in a cage made of countless chi currents. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.